All right. Greetings, folks. Coin here, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven, and welcome back to another episode of Mass Effect Legendary Edition Mass Effect 1. We're on episode 12. Last time, we had a whole lot to process from dealing with the endpoints of Novaria and Theros and Therum. Our group's been through a lot. I would say we're probably about maybe a little past the halfway point of the game. We're getting to where we're resolving people's personal struggles, personal missions, and we're still trying to catch Saren. We've not actually caught up to him yet. We're getting there, but we're not there yet. How's everyone doing today? I'm doing okay. I have things in my personal life, things that I'm going to wait to reveal until I've made a video for them. I really feel I should sit down and sort of actually put my thoughts to microphone. That way you guys have the most up-to-date information possible. And I want to structure it a little bit better than how I have been, because this is a pretty big update. This is a pretty significant change in my life. As in, there are two very different paths I could go down, and I'm not sure which one I'm ultimately going to head down yet. I'll offer some initial assessments, but other than that, you know, it won't really change much for you guys until I begin to traipse through one of those paths. That's about as much as I want to say. Like, just off the cuff on my microphone. Let's get started. You guys didn't come here to listen to boorish, boorish biology student going through the struggles of paying for courses. No. You guys came here to have some fun, and I intend to give that to you. Yes, you need to explore Theros, Novaria, Artemis Tau, and Virmire to find the clues that will lead you to the conduit. Yes, Virmire is the last place we gotta go. On top of a few wrap-ups from some other from some of the other major missions we've had. What do you guys think so far of Mass Effect? It's kind of an old game. It's like early, mid-2000s. Some things in it didn't age that well. Mainly like the bars and stuff. They're only girls. Not that that's a problem in and of itself, but some of the dialogue lines that pertain to those bars and clubs are like, ugh. The people were allowed to say this? Yes. The mid to early 2000s and the 1990s were kind of a different time. You wouldn't think so because it's on the border to the 21st century, or the 22nd century. No, 21st. I had it right the first time. I really should stop just second guessing myself. The 22nd century, 21st, God, what an intro. The 21st century, even though the 1990s were sort of on the border with it, there's still some antiquated ideals that managed to pass their way through. Let's open this galaxy map and get to work. The first place we gotta go. The first place we should always go when there are major events to be had is the Citadel. Because there could have been quests that developed. We saw a couple places in some of the more recent systems we could not go to. Like, we'd explore most of the planet and we'd have these places that are kind of locked off to us. Here's hoping we're going to get the quests that unlock those. Or, you know, since we've already done some stuff, we can maybe speed through them with an accurate response. And hopefully we didn't screw up trying to do it. Now, I don't think it's Virmire. It might be Virmire. Um, there's a major event that's gonna happen. It's gonna kind of change the sort of fabric of Mass Effect for a while. It's something that's always referenced in the ME2 and ME3 dossiers. I'm not quite ready to reveal that to you yet. For those of you who are here and do know about it, don't spoil it, please. I know we spoil a lot of things on this channel because, you know, we're playing kind of an old game, but I'm asking you guys not to time your spoilage well.
Exo Presley has the deck.
That's all. I'm asking for it to be better timed compared to normal.
After years of poor economic performance, ExoGeni has announced that its research colony on Pharos is finally returning a profit. New discoveries and a dedicated colonization effort have finally paid off for ExoGeni. ExoGeni's stock rose sharply with the announcement, with investors pleased at this surprising news.
Wow. You think there'd be more mention of the Species 37, but there ain't. Alright, so we're now here at CSEC. We gotta start up top, though. We gotta go to the Presidium and check out all those locations. We need to start with the Citadel Tower, because we hardly have a reason to visit. It's one of the easiest places to miss a side quest. It really is. Taking just a little moment of our time to look at all of this won't really impact us too much. Now, because this is an old game, and maybe even the remake or the Legendary Edition doesn't quite Did you say something, Caden?
This is it. The very heart of the Citadel. The pinnacle of galactic power. Kind of makes your head spin if you think about it too much.
Gotcha. We're gonna make a new save. I think it's worth that. Trying to think of what we could talk about. So I really would class this point of the game as a sort of the middle point. Major stuff has happened, but it's mostly been, you know, seeing how things work. Like, ultimately, on Pharos, you learned that, hey, corporations are plotting some nasty things in the background, and it's not always...
But I wouldn't believe everything you hear.
Seems a little bit quiet to me. I don't know why. Give me just a moment. I'm gonna check out the sound mixing for this. Okay, so the actual Mass Effect itself is actually pretty darn quiet. We're gonna find out if this is too loud.
But that's just it. I'm hearing it everywhere. It's not just isolated rumors.
Do you really think Saren could be involved in something like that without the council?
Yes, Citadel Security. We got a crazy loony discharging sound effects. Now I'm gonna have to turn this down a little bit more, just in terms of the sound effects. Probably around 50 or so, because we want the music. We just don't want all that noisy gunfire. Ah, look. I am most assuredly glad we found him. Who are you, Garoth? But more importantly, before that, we got points. We got lots of points. We're gonna get advanced stasis. Then after that, we're gonna get advanced neural shock, and then we can start going into Spectre training. We really do need to get that stuff, you know, caught up. You have 4 points. You already have the advanced skills, so let's just keep making sure you get those. Now, Miss Ashley, you were with us quite recently. Shield boost. I know we were working on that. And... Yeah, and the damage and accuracy is for each weapon, I should say. So we're gonna max out her assault rifles. Again, we only wanted pistols up to a certain point so that we could get her access to shotguns. That's mainly it. Oh, and I guess before continuing, if we got codex entries to read, let's read them.
Pharos, Virmire is a lush world located on the frontier of the Attican Traverse. Its vast seas and orbital position on the inner life zone have created a wide equatorial band of humid, tropical terrain. Only the political instability of the region has impeded efforts at colonization. Many times the Citadel has opened negotiations to settle Virmire with various criminal gangs and petty dictatorships in the nearby Terminus systems. All fell apart due to internal power shifts within the opposing parties. The Citadel has written off the colonization of Virmire as impossible without significant political change. The Terminus powers themselves are unlikely to ever settle Virmire. Most lack the resources to support settlement of a virgin world, finding it more expedient to steal from their neighbors than build for themselves.
Unfortunate. At secondary, we got quite a few things to read. So, this'll be good. Asari military doctrine? Very well. The Asari military resembles a collection of tribal warrior bands with no national structure. Oh no, I don't like the sound of this. Each community organizes its own unit as the locals see fit and elect a leader to command them. Units from populous cities are large and well equipped, while those from farm villages may be only a few women with small arms. Oh no, there is no uniform. Everyone wears what they like. Sounds good so far, but I'm really worried about arms distribution. You kind of don't want uneven military distribution. However, in even military equipment distribution, no matter how likely that probably is in most militaries with finite resources and funding, the Asari military is not an irregular militia, however. Those who serve are full-time professionals. Good. I was also kind of worried about that. The average Asari huntress is in the maiden stage for life and has devoted 20 to 30 years to studying the martial arts. Important. Asari choose to be warriors at a young age, and their education from that point is dedicated to sharpening the mind and body for that sole purpose. When they retire, they possess an alarming proficiency for killing. Maybe that's why we see Asari mercs sometimes. Huntresses fight individually or in pairs, depending on the tactics preferred in their town. One-on-one, a huntress is practically unbeatable, possessing profound tactical insight, a hunter's eye, and a dancer's grace and alacrity. Biotics are common enough that some capacity or capability is a requirement to be trained as a huntress. Lack of biotic talent excludes a young Asari from military service. Wow, so they can't even be like foot rank and file? Oh no. While fluid and mobile, Asari can't stand up in a firestorm the way a Krogan, Turian, or human could. Since their units are small and typically lack heavy armor and support weapons, they are almost incapable of fighting a conventional war, particularly one of a defensive nature. So Asari units typically undertake special operations missions, like an army of ninja. They are adept at ambush, infiltration, and assassination, demoralizing and defeating their enemies through intense, focused guerrilla strikes. As a popular Turian saying puts it, the Asari are the finest warriors in the galaxy. Fortunately, there are not very many of them. Not exactly good, but it's interesting, I guess. Oh, this one also is good. We don't know too much about Solarian biology. I don't, anyway. Solarians are noted for their high-speed metabolism, which allows them to function on just 1 hour of sleep a day. Their minds and bodies work faster than most sapient races, making them seem restless or hyperactive. The drawback of this active metabolism is a short lifespan of around 40 human years. The Solarians are amphibian haplodiploid egg layers. Unfertilized eggs produce males, and fertilized eggs produce females. Good to know. Once a year, a Solarian female will lay a clutch of a dozen of eggs. Social rules prevent all but a fraction from being fertilized. As a result, 90% of the species is female. Solarians have photographic memories and rarely forget a fact. They also possess a form of psychological imprinting, tending to defer to those they knew in their youth. Solarian hatching is a solemn ritual in which the clan Delatress, or matriarch, isolates herself within the eggs. Or with the eggs. God, matriarchs sealing themselves in their own birth eggs? That would be hilarious. And unfortunate for the soul that would have hatched from that egg. The young Solarians psychologically imprint on her and tend to defer to her wishes. During the hatching of daughters, the Delatresses of the mother and father's clans are present at the imprinting. This ensures the offspring have equal loyalty to both, ensuring the desired dynastic and political unity. So if we were to disrupt that imprinting, the Solarians might be more, shall we say, individualistic. And I believe I have sunk in my seat. Give me just a second. No. No sinkage in the seat. Instead, what happened is the camera just froze. I don't know. I didn't touch the camera. Maybe I ought to buy a new one when I have the money to afford it. Again, I'll explain all of that in due time on a YouTube video. And YouTube is probably the best place to put it. I also probably plan on putting that in the Discord media channel. I haven't made one yet, but I will. Recently Discord came out with this new tech where it's like, hey, you want to post videos due to your subscription tierage service? Or, you know, just any old time? We have a media channel for you. We've got a brand new channel. Test it out. Let us know how it does. That's basically the gist of what they said, with some details no one cares about. Alright. Special Tasks Group. Oh, we got a lot of cultural stuff. Solarian intelligence field agents are grouped into an organization called the Special Task Group, STG for short. Operates work in independent cells, performing dangerous missions such as counterterrorism, infiltration, reconnaissance, assassination, and sabotage. The STG is a proactive organization puncturing worrisome trends before they become movements. At any time, a dozen groups are operating covertly within the lawless Terminus systems, sowing dissent among the various factions. Civilian analysts also note how troublesome hinge point individuals in Terminus frequently meet unexpected deaths. What? Did BioWare mix, like, I don't know, certain national proclivities for compromat and politic with a K with a most advanced intelligence network in the world? Are the Solarians literally Russia and the United States put together? Probably not, but I mean, compromat and sabotage are kind of the bread and butter of STG. And I think my camera has tilted off to the left again. Or right again, excuse me. STG operators are feared throughout the galaxy for their clear-eyed, remorseless practicality. They're willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their mission, even if it kills civilians or results in the team's own destruction. In many ways, they are akin to the Council Spectres. Maybe that's where the program came from. Recently, a number of STG cells have been redeployed from Solarian Union. It is assumed they are in Terminus and Attican Traverse, investigating reports of geth activity beyond the Perseus Veil. Or are they? That's the thing about Solarian intelligence, you don't rightly know. Turian religion. This should be interesting. I'm something of a spiritualist and philosopher myself. Although Turians have a strict moral code, their belief in individual responsibility means that the concepts of good and evil are simply the individual's choice between egotism and altruism in any given decision. They don't have a concept of good deities that encourage noble behavior or evil ones that tempt individuals to misdeeds. Turians believe that groups and areas have spirits that transcend the individual. For example, A military unit would be considered to have a literal spirit that embodies the honor and courage it has displayed. A city's spirit reflects the accomplishments and industry of its residents. An ancient tree's spirit reflects the beauty and tranquility of the area it grows in. These spirits are neither good nor evil, nor are they appealed to for intercession, or like communication, basically. Turians do not believe spirits can affect the world, but spirits can inspire the living. Hence, they affect the world. That's the one problem I have with this. Prayers and rituals allow an individual to converse with a spirit for guidance or inspiration. For example, a Turian who finds his loyalty tested may appeal to the spirit of his unit, hoping to reconnect with the pride and honor of the group. A Turian who wishes to create a work of art may attempt to connect with the spirit of a beautiful location. Turians enjoy absolute freedom of religion and can practice whatever appeals to them, so long as it does not impede anyone's duty to perform their duties. There are many practitioners of Asari Siarist philosophy. Since opening dialogue with the humans alliance, some Turians have embraced Confucianism and Zen Buddhism. Yeah, I do imagine the Turians as sort of these natural Buddhists, where like everyone sort of has their own praxis. There is no higher or lower being like influencing us, like mortals. That's certainly that kind of philosophy has appealed to me from time to time. I think there's something more, but I think that's the human spirit wanting to find like something bigger than themselves that is responsible for the background of what they're experiencing. Like if someone is having a really bad bout in life and all these seemingly random misfortunes are happening to them, maybe that's the work of, I don't know, say Discordia, if you believe in her, or you know, the devil or someone else. Like, humans have this natural tendency to scapegoat things, or else look for, is there something actually sentient happening? Because if not, then they attribute it to themselves. Not all humans are like this, especially now with the modern advent of philosophy. There are a lot that aren't, but there are still some that are. I'm one of them. But I don't go around looking for it. You don't know what you're going to find. Krogan biology. The Krogan evolved in a lethal ecology. Over millions of years, the Grimm struggled to survive larger predators, virulent disease, and resource scarcity on their homeworld Tuchanka turned the lizards into quintessential survivors. Perhaps the most telling indicator of Tuchanka's lethality is the Krogan eyes. Although they are predator species by any standard definition, their eyes evolved to be wide set, as in Earth prey species like deer and cattle. Krogan eyes have a 240-degree arc of vision, better suited for spotting enemies sneaking up on them than for pursuit. Physically, the Krogan are nigh indestructible, with a tough hide impervious to any melee weapon short of a molecular blade. While they feel pain, it does not affect their ability to concentrate. They have multiple functioning examples of all major organs and can often survive the loss of one or two of any type. Rather than a nervous system, they have an electrically conductive second circulatory system. A Krogan can never be paralyzed. They may lose some of this fluid, but it can be replaced by the body in time. The hump on a Krogan's back stores water and fats that help the Krogan survive lean times. Large humps are a point of pride. Being well-fed implies the Krogan is a superior predator. The most widely known biological feature of the Krogan is their incredible birth rate and rapid maturity. Once freed from the hostile cauldron of Tuchanka, the Krogan population swelled into a numberless horde. Only the genophage kept them from outbreeding the combined council races. Now the rare Krogan females capable of bringing a child to term are treated like strategic resources. Warlords will trade them at diplomacy or, more frequently, fight wars over them. Wow. How brutal. I can't... help but feel there's a particular reason why the Krogan do this. Or why the Krogan resorted to that behavior, and I promise it's not the Krogan's fault. We're going to deal a lot more with the Genophage and Mass Effect 2, because oh boy, do you learn a lot about it, and you'll learn some more about it in 3, but the main place you deal with it is 2. So, space combats. Planetary assaults are complicated if the target is a habitable garden world. The attackers cannot approach the defenders straight on. The Citadel conventions prohibit the use of large kinetic impactors against habitable worlds. In a straight-on attack, any misses plow into the planet behind the defending fleet. Jeez. If the defenders position themselves between the attackers and the planet, they can fire at will, while the attacker risks hitting the planet. Successful assaults on Garden worlds hinge on up-to-date intelligence. Attackers need to determine where the enemy's defenses are, so they may approach them from an angle that allows them to fire with no danger of collateral damage. Note that this is not necessary for hostile worlds. Cough, cough. Attican Traverse, cough, cough. Once control of orbit has been lost, defensive garrisons disperse into the wilderness. An enemy with orbital superiority can bombard surface forces with impunity. The best option for defenders is to hide and collect reconnaissance in anticipation for relief forces. Given the size of a planet, it is impractical to garrison entire conquered worlds. Fortunately, colonization efforts tend to focus on building up a dozen or fewer areas. Ground forces occupy the spaceports, industrial facilities, and major population centers. The wilderness is patrolled by unmanned aerial vehicles and satellite reconnaissance. If a defender unit is spotted, air mobile, rapid deployment units, and satellite artillery are used to pin down and destroy them. Yeah, so if we ever experience this as a species and we do not have the defenses in place, we will be made to submit or die, depending on what the species in question wants. Like, we're spending all this time bickering with each other, arguing over this or that, and what we should really be worried about is defending our own god-forsaken planet. We should really make sure we're defending that, because if not, we're just going to lose it and be unable to resolve anything as a species. We'll be completely screwed over, possibly.
I'm on a break. Talk to someone else if you need anything. I've got a lot on my mind.
I found your brother's body. His ship was attacked by privateers.
Willem's dead? I guess I should have expected this. When his ship dropped out of contact, I just knew. But I kept hoping he might still be alive.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you for finding him. It's better to know one way or the other. That's what they say, right? Please excuse me. I need to go make arrangements for his funeral.
See? The map doesn't always tell you things, folks. You gotta read. You gotta look and read. That's all you can do. Like, yeah, the map can give you a pretty good indicator, but as we just saw, it won't always... If you've got, like, some quest that maybe you started midway, I could think of a few planets that we traversed, or a few locations we visited, that we just went right to the location. We didn't bother checking the Citadel for quest.
Been destroyed. The exact cause is currently unknown. Given the research conducted on Noveria, many are blaming the destruction on an experiment gone awry. Administrator Anoleus currently faces criminal charges as a result of the disaster, although the nature of the charges remains unclear.
Alright, next up, I don't know. We're just gonna walk around and hopefully see something. Or we won't, and in which case, whatever. We could go to Virmire. Virmire's a fun place. I think it might... No, I don't think it's Virmire. I think we've got one... I think we have Virmire, and then the next spot is gonna be a problem for us. At least if my memory is correct. It may not be. It very well may not be. That's the beauty of playing these games. I would say kind of half blind. Not to, you know, slur against people who are blind or make them uncomfortable and happen to be listening to this stream. I mean it in the Let's Play sense of the word blind, which is what people have been getting more and more.
I believe congratulations are in order, Commander Shepard. You are the first human to join the Spectres, yes?
It's a great honor.
One you are no doubt ready for. A word of warning, though. There are many eyes watching you now, Commander. Some of them want to see you fail. I, however, wish you only success. Perform well and you bring the Earth Clan one step closer to joining the Council. And if they let your people in, maybe there is hope for my own species one day, yes?
What's it like living here?
From the Presidium to the wards, the entire...
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Okay, I think it's just like checking in with folks. I guess some people apparently were like, hey, I've got dialogue for you. If you're like, I'm a Spectre now. Not just any old person. I'm not just Alliance fluff.
Commander, it is good to see you again. Would you care to
Show me
see
your
some-
items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human.
Alright, do you have anything? The Ceres Council license. Yes, we absolutely take these. We're going to compare myself to this. We have really awful. It's better than what Caden is wearing, though, so we're going to pick it up for him. And that'll be about it. Oh, wait, did we have heavy armor? Don't pull your guns out in a store, Shepard.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased.
Yeah, we have Phoenix 4, but if we compare it, we've got a level 6 armor. So, no thanks. I would like
Commander,
to
please
buy
tell me, right?
non-human
Oh, this
armor.
one is...
Why do you only sell Krogan and Turian? Come on now. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna pick up the armor and go from there. Good lord. And maybe we'll have to stop by the wards to pick up Quarian armor if it exists. Anything going on over here? No, doesn't look like it. Okay, we went to the bank, we went to the Emporium. Now we got the consort chambers, but I don't think there's any more to discuss with her. You never know, though. That's why we're doing this prowling around, right? We're trying to make sure we hit all these quests, all these people we could talk to.
Hello again. The consort is very pleased with everything that you have done for her.
I think I'm done here.
Of course. Come back anytime.
We got the attendants, we got the client.
I see even the humans find the consort irresistible.
Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you. You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
Are you gonna allow us in? Nope. And the consort, the consort attendant telling you, you know, we're kind of like going to already, I think I'm done here, is probably a good sign that we are actually done here. Take that for the sign it is. I'll try, as far as like the video regarding like my personal status and stuff, I'll try my best to get it out as soon as possible, because that really does have an impact on you know, what your donations mean for me as a start, but also what sorts of things you're getting out of your donations, as well as, you know, for those who do care about me, it'll be nice to know it'll give you a window into my personal life, which isn't something I do too terribly often. Well, I do it all the time, but it's over inconsequential stuff. Things that, you know, if I say it, no one cares about it. Oh, hello. It's rare to see you both here together.
I saw your Ferris report. If we had known anything about the Thorian, Exo Jenny would never have been given the permits to start a colony there. Thank God the colony survived. We can't afford to have too many failures out in the Traverse. It's one of our major expansion regions.
You don't give a damn about the colonists. It's all just politics to you, isn't it?
We can't all be the hero who charges in to save the day, Commander. But we each serve humanity in our own way. You can't escape interstellar politics. It's part of the big picture. And sometimes it isn't pretty.
Just ignore him, Shepard. The ambassador's a little bitter sometimes. Comes with the job.
Really? Wow, what a jerk. But I get where he's coming from. He doesn't have the same level of investment we do. We can't expect him to care about people he's never met.
Yes, Commander?
Are you okay?
How are you holding up?
Honestly. But you're the one who can stop Sarah.
We've already seen this.
If that means I have to step aside, so be it.
Do you know anything about Virmire?
Sorry, Shepard. I've never even heard of it before all this. You'll have to go out there and check it out for yourself.
Of course. I was just wondering about other information.
What do you know about Armiston Baines?
Where did you hear that name? Never mind, I don't want to know. Baines is dead. Has been for quite some time.
The people I spoke with seem to think he was still alive.
It's not common knowledge. Military's keeping it under wraps. Baines was doing some high-level work for the Alliance. Stuff even I wasn't aware of. One day he turns up dead on a drifting scout ship. Everyone suspects it was foul play, but it was never officially investigated.
What can you tell me about the ship?
I don't know much about it. You should talk to Admiral Kahoku. One of his crews discovered Baines' body.
I spoke to Kahoku. He never brought it up.
You should mention Baines the next time you see him. See if he'll tell you anything. Is there anything else, Commander?
I can't because he's dead.
I should go.
I'll be here if you need anything.
I can't because he's dead. How does the captain not know this? Perhaps because Udina's crawling up his butt trying to do or say something. Alright, let's see if the ambassadors have anything for us.
The EarthClan Spectre has returned to speak with me.
Why are you so cranky?
You seem to have a bit of a chip on your shoulder.
You humans are new.
Chastising rebuke, then.
Details. We still have...
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes, yes. Good day, EarthClan.
Then you two share an office. Which is, I guess, quite interesting. They're opposite sides of the political... Well, not political spectrum, but... Like, they represent their own interests and go about it in completely different ways.
Surprised welcome. You have returned, human. Genuine inquiry. What may I do for you this day?
Nothing, Kalen.
Goodbye,
I just wanted to speak with you.
Sincere farewell. Good day to you, human. Enjoy your time.
And look, I know it's hard to tell with the Elcor, but you just gotta trust the emotive. Trust that what they're telling you is the truth. I haven't heard an Elcor speak fervently or without any sort of emphaticness. Nothing that would require them to just, you know, speak quickly. Elcor are not in positions to speak quickly. Never, never, ever. Never happens.
Human, delighted, welcome. It is good to meet you.
I miss how full this room is with the mod.
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
You guys are gonna love the modded playthrough, I think, even more than you like the regular one already. From the people I've talked to about it, at least one likes it really well.
Shepard, what can I do for you now?
Tell me about CSEC.
CSEC provides necessary police.
Yes.
And
yep.
unlike the Spectres, we work within the bounds of the law.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
All right, how about the bar? Anything new at the bar? We got this diplomat.
This place seems strange. Wish there were more humans around.
There's hardly anyone here. That's something else the mods fix. Is just
Sure is peaceful here.
It's a huge mod. I don't remember the name, but there are people everywhere, and there are Turian females, which is like a first.
Thank you for all your help, Shepard.
Bartender.
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
What have you got?
Information, mostly. Would you like to know about some points of interest nearby? So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day.
A dried up well of information that benefits no one. I'm not surprised. Once you hit the wards, most of the things you're going to find are in the wards. They're not really going to be in the Citadel, with some exceptions. Talking to the brother of Willem was like an exception to that. We don't typically find... Like, this is just the section in the game where people are like, go to the wards. Visit the wards, man. Wards are going to have everything you're looking for. Let's go to CSEC. We got to talk to the Turian in charge over there at requisitions. That's what we got to do. Those are the CSEC offices. I'll make a new save. Oh, hey, we've made the 500 mark. I think I mentioned 500 was the goal we were looking for. We've met it. Can we get 600 before the game ends? Probably. Maybe. I think I'll put another mark at like 650.
Hello, Commander.
I need
Show me what you've
supplies.
got. Sounds good. Just let System's telling me to offer you our select stock. Spectre? Well, I heard about that, but I didn't realize it was you. Sorry, Commander.
Just show me what you've got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander. Enjoy.
Oh, I guess that must have been new dialogue, huh? Let's get the technologies license. That way we have stuff we can look at. And then, what are you selling that's actually good? We've got a Harpoon 9, which if we could pair it. 250, less heat sink, less... The only thing going for it is the damage per second. Otherwise, this is just like a common copy of what we already have. This shotgun, I probably want to give to... I probably want to give to Rex. Rather than anyone else. Because we've got the Spectre stock now. Got the Scorpion 4. Where's all your heavy armor? Got the Razor. So if we go to details, we'll buy the Razor. I need a new pistol anyway. It's less heat sink capacity, but that's not a big deal. We just want to have our weapons have good punch through at this point.
Hello, Commander.
Show me what you've got.
I'll open the rare stocks for you, Commander. Enjoy.
Do we have anything we can sell? Oh, definitely a lot. I'm gonna keep the anti-thorium gas just in case. Oh, I shouldn't be doing this on camera. How many items do we have? I suppose if we get another one, it'll tell us, but we've got quite a bit. What do you have? Yeah, it's probably about time we just look at these upgrades. With the Geth Armory. Oh, what details do we have on this? A recovered Geth energy weapon. These exotic weapons are very accurate and feature a ramping rate of fire. Oh, goody. I'd rather give... This is the type of thing I'd rather give to... Garrus, if at all possible. But I could give you a pulse rifle. That's fine. That's not too far up the chain. Yes, absolutely. One or more upgrades cannot be transferred. Oh, this has no upgrades available for it. Okay. Got it. So if we want that, we need to change we need to change the rifle. Okay, that makes sense. Let's give her some not quite top of the line stuff. Perhaps the incendiary rounds. Some combat optics. And extra damage. We do want her to have good punch when she's with us. Shotguns are the other ones I probably want. This one I don't mind giving her top on. And we have another... It's the rail extension. Don't want combat optics for this. Let's give a kinetic stabilizer. Speaking of which, we also need to give you weapons. For you... What do we have? Kinetic stabilizer plus cryo stuff. Yeah. Oh, do I want to give that to you though? Let's give you the Breaker 7. And here, I suppose we will give a rail extension. What about Omni Tools? Have I upgraded my own Omni Tools, speaking of which? We have not. Let's give myself the Logic Arrest tool, and then we don't have any extra biotic amps. We should look at that while we're here at the Citadel. And then for armor, with the Titan 4, let's get the Explorer. Do we want the Explorer 9 for ourselves? We're only offered extra shielding. Yeah, let's do it. And then the energized plating, we've got the ablative coating. Let's give ourselves an extra physics threshold so we're not tossed around immediately. What about you, Miss Ashley? You haven't... Let's see if you get better... Mainly, you get more slots. That's really about it. It's just extra slots. Although nope, that's not heavy. Here's the heavy armor. This is what we're looking for. The only person who could wear heavy armor, for humans. So, for this, we're just gonna give you the best energized plating money could buy. Make sure your shotgun, assault rifle are on top, which they are. Then, I'll give you the Chameleon Tool 8. Sure, sounds good. I'm really worried we haven't hit a biotic amp yet. Ours are still only level 5.
Show me what I'll open the rare stock.
Do we have any of those? We have the level 3, but that's it. Nothing else. Wow, how unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Well, we've outfitted ourselves. What I may do... if it becomes a problem, I'll definitely Omnigel anything beyond a certain point, but I'll have to sell the rest. Alright, let's go find some other folks to talk to. Hopefully some good ones. Chelik, are you still in your office? You are. Good.
Good to see you, Commander.
What do you guys think about the story? I think I might have asked this already, but... just how it's unfolding so far. Do you think I'm doing a good job at unveiling it slowly, piece by piece, as we're going for 100%? Or you're like, you could be faster. Who cares? It's an old game. I'd rather see something new that you played 100%. To which I'd argue, your considerations are duly noted. Thank you. If you want your concerns to be at the top, though, you should check out my Discord. You should become a patron or a sub, and then when you vote on stuff, I consider your opinions even more than I already do. That's really about it. I've got links for that stuff. I think I have a bot spitting out some stuff every 2 hours.
In a further development in the Eden Prime investigation, the Council has reportedly revoked the Spectre status of one of its operatives. While the unnamed operative has not yet been apprehended, a Council spokesman confirmed that corrective actions had been taken.
Really? Caden's expression right now is mine when I hear that. Really? Really? We know who it is. Why not just say who it is? Yuck. Gross. Lang, do you have anything new for us?
Hey, Commander Shepard. Good to see you again. Anything you need?
Do you know a CSEC officer named Harkin?
I shouldn't really say too much. He's been on the force a lot. Drinking on the job, taking bribes, that kind of thing.
I have to go.
Right. You're probably real busy. Well, see you around, Commander.
Map reveal anything? No, not really. So we're just gonna do our usual poking around then. Once we get done with the Citadel, I can probably just cut to a break. We're almost actually finished looking at everything within it. There's no reason we can't just finish. Do you have anything new?
Yes, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
You're a doctor.
Yep,
I chose to keep the medical tradition.
Let me take a look.
Of course.
Armor upgrades. Oh, we don't Oh, wait. Those aren't like generic upgrade 55. Those are, in fact, other things. Reduction in power cooldown. Oh, we should save up for this. That's what, 353,000 credits, and we have 200,000 something? 200 and something thousand, excuse me? Yeah, it's definitely saving up time. Here is to the Presidium. Anything here? No. What about that smug reporter? She around somewhere? Is it punching time? Are we punching reporters? Please don't do this. This is not an indication to punch anyone who's just covering a news story. Even if they are, you know, a scummy entrapper who asks leading questions. Even they deserve their liberty of life. Shouldn't bloody it. Don't sully your own image to taint theirs.
Thanks. Hasn't worked well since I bought it. Hey, are you refunding his stuff?
Here you go. Your account will be credited.
You did! You took his return! Look, I'm telling you, I bought this here. Why won't you return it?
I can't take it back unless you...
I know. Unless I have a proof of purchase.
Ha! Another smug Karen defeated by the wise and smart Turian.
Best place on this. Welcome back, Earth Clan. Will you be?
Show me what you've got.
So we've got a grenade upgrade, which we will totally buy now. The Armax Arsenal license. Do you have any better Omni tools? No. No, not even close. We'll at least compare some stuff. Reaper 9? Yuck, gross, awful. How about the Avenger 10? It's okay. It's got a decent heat sink, but its accuracy is... Oh, that's an assault rifle, not a sniper rifle. Yeah, our stuff just way outclasses it. That's fine. I knew that was probably gonna happen. Let's not head up yet. Okay, nope, we do have to head up. Because we've already been to all the upper markets. If I really wanted to grind money, I could come and, you know, play Quasar a whole bunch of times.
Yes, human. You need something, yes?
What do you know about Bane?
I have never met him, human.
Let me see what you have.
Oh, you will be pleased, I think. Very.
Let's get that Geth Armory license. I would love to buy recovered Geth junk. And you aren't... Well, this is human stuff.
Yes, human. You need something, yes? Oh, you will be pleased, I think.
Krogan, Turian, come on, man. Sell me your Quarian stuff. Why do I gotta beg and plead to get it? Shouldn't have to do that. I just want to outfit Tally. Is that such a hard ask game? It probably is. So we've got... Yeah, so I don't think we have anything to do in Fist's office, but I'll check anyway. Oh look, more corporate-approved dancing. You want to see approved groping? Please don't. But I can't imagine. I can't imagine what world it looks like where there are government-approved bars like this. And they go through the whole rigmarole of using cleansing language to say, oh no, this isn't a strip bar. This isn't a dancing bar. This is a resort feature for only our most interested tourists. You know, say something to scrub the stigma off of it.
Go away. Let me drink it.
Harkin, just shut up. Anything in here? I don't think so, but worth a look. What a nice office. I too would love an office like this. Complete with what appears to be several boxes. Yes, crate warehouse. I too want industrial inspired punk or corporate approved decor as my decorations in house. I'm joking. In all honesty, when it comes to like stuff I'm actually interested in from a decor standpoint, I'll buy the occasional poster, you know, of like a video game franchise I really care about. But other than that, I'm kind of a pragmatist. I'm practical when it comes to... Hello, Finch. See, I knew there was going to be something if I looked. Alright, Finchy boy. Tell me more about why you're standing here.
They told me it was you, but I didn't believe it. Shepard grew up and turned into a soldier.
I'm sorry, you are...
Have we met?
Name's Finch. You probably don't remember me, but we ran together in the 10th Street Reds. Maybe you don't remember it yourself, running in a gang. None of the vids mention it when they're talking about you.
My history is a matter of public record. I've got nothing to hide.
Really? What if someone gave an interview talking about Commander Shepard's history in the gangs? We're not trying to cause you trouble, Shepard. We just want a favor, for old time's sake. One of the Reds, Kurt Wiseman, got picked up by Turians. We'd like you to talk to the Turian guard in the bar and get Kurt out.
Reason for arrest?
What was this guy arrested for?
Some stupid minor offense. Maybe he had a little red sand. You know how the Turians are. They declared him a problem, and they're shipping him back for a trial.
You're not asking me to break Wiseman out of jail, are you?
Of course not. But word has it you've got some pull with the aliens. All we're asking you to do is pull a little for us.
What was one of the 10th Street Reds doing in Turian space?
Since your days, the Reds have expanded. We do some salvage, a little shipping here and there, that kind of thing.
I'll talk to the Turian and see what I can do.
Thanks, Shepard. I knew you'd remember your old friends. The guard's over in Cora's den. Take care of this, and you'll never see me again.
Okay, I forgot about this. So this is the part where some of the old, you can find the Turian, or we could go back to CSEC and let someone know that someone else is trying to get involved. We're gonna go see if the CSEC office has anything they can do about this. Maybe Chelik or Executor Palin can get involved on this. Maybe they would be interested. But before we deal with this, it's break time. You guys get an interesting view of the corridor where we rescued Tally from most assured death. Probably would have gotten really ugly if we hadn't stepped in with Rex and Garrus. So, since it's the first time this stream, I take a 5-minute break. Usually, I run about 90 seconds worth of ads or so. And since it's a full-on stream, had I, like, streamed a little bit before and after my appointment with a good old friend of mine, I probably would have, I probably would not have run ads for such a baby partial stream, but since this is the full thing, we're going to run ads today. I'll see you guys at the end of this commercial break. Sorry about that, folks. I had to clean my glasses again. The people that I was watching for when they would turn in for the night are now turned in for the night, so I'm gonna have to be a little bit more quiet. I'm not gonna project my voice quite as much, so I'm gonna do my best to only talk when there isn't conversational dialogue that's actually relevant. Everybody enjoy their break? I hope so. So we gotta go talk to CSEC, huh? Well, I mean, we don't. We can just free the Turian, but... Or, I'm sorry, free the human gang member, but... Not a fan of doing it. I'm hoping we can just find someone to report this to and have it end well. That's the thing about crime. If you're gonna have someone do crime, let them go up to the point where they can't turn back. And once they start past that point, catch them then. That usually gets them to stop.
Gamma cluster was the victim of an attack by biotic extremists. The drugged researchers attacked Alliance soldiers, and the rescue operation became a brutal massacre. The research center is unlikely to reopen in the near future.
Yuck, gross. I'm still not happy about that. This is probably the guy here, right? Nope, he looked like he was all stanced up. I know the guards in Cora's den, but I'm more interested in seeing if CSEC kept tabs on all of this. Hello, Chelik.
Good to see you, Commander.
Nope, nothing of the sort. And what about Executor Palin? Anything on his end? Executor Palin would be in the section of the Presidium pertaining to the embassies. And if he doesn't have anything to say, then I guess we're going to go talk to the person at Cora's den.
Shepard, what can I do for you now?
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
Alright, I guess let's go to Cora's den and see if there's anything we can do. Hopefully we have a chance to turn this around in our favor, and I guess if not, we'll be doing the whole Paragate thing, or attempt to make the best of a bad situation we've signed ourselves up for. If necessary, I could go back and just refuse Finch's request, if that would be for the best. I press spacebar without getting the chance to read. I'm so gonna love when we get to play the chocolate playthrough. Alright, there's Cora's den. And there's supposed to be a guard over here. See what our quest is? Fellow gang member freed. Yup, find the Turian. Alright, save again. Alright, Turian, hello.
Can I help you?
A human named Finch wanted me to use my authority as a Spectre to free Kurt Wiseman.
The xenophobe? I should have known he'd have friends. Thank you for the information. We'll increase the guard on his cell.
I knew you'd rat us out, Shepard. Now it's payback time. When we're through telling our story, the aliens will all know what the first human Spectre really is.
Bio already known?
My bio is public record. Everyone knows that I ran with gangs as a kid.
They don't know that the Reds target aliens specifically. We've got the backers to handle off-world missions. Your alien friends won't like you so much when they hear what your gang did.
What do you want, Finch? What gets you out of my life?
What do I want? I want aliens off of Earth. I want the Council to stay out of humanity's business.
You know, if this were me, I would have just shot his butt and be done with him.
What do you want, Finch? What gets
What do I want? I want aliens
I have to be really
off
careful
of Earth.
about...
I want the Council to stay out of humanity's business.
I hate that we had to hear that twice, but I needed to make sure that I wasn't spacebarring into a response I wouldn't like.
The 10th Street Reds was a gang, not an Earth First movement.
They're a human movement now. You think the vids will make that distinction? I can find a dozen Reds who'll swear they saw you kill aliens for fun. Who's going to believe you then?
If you want humanity to be strong, a smear attack on the first human Spectre is a bad idea.
The Spectre is right. This is humanity's chance to prove itself. There's even talk of earning a council seat.
Of course you'd side with Shepard. You want someone who's in bed with your kind.
We need the other races, Finch. That's the best way to strengthen humanity.
Fine, Shepard, you're right. You're not one of the Reds. Maybe you never were.
That man is a xenophobe who thinks he can blackmail a Spectre. You should have killed him.
No, I won't.
That's not the way I work.
Goodbye, human. It'll be interesting to see what kind of Spectre you turn out to be.
A lesser man would have definitely killed him. And would have been fully justified. Well, not fully justified, but at least partially justified. Thank goodness I won't be picking this background when in the chocolate playthrough. It'll be something a little bit more homegrown, down to in a different direction, not necessarily down to Earth's direction. And besides, this gives us a good chance to talk about. I'm pretty sure we've wrapped up all the quests that we need to wrap up at the moment. Maroon Sea, Armstrong Nebula, and Maroon Sea. Yeah, okay, so we've got 2 other galaxies to go to. This brings us to an excellent engagement question. Convicted former felons, someone who spent jail time for like a significant crime such as murder or arson or anything else, and the circumstances are around it are as simple as, yeah, this person did those things because they wanted to, or for self-motivated reasons.
Have increases in Citadel traffic endangered our safety? Emily Wong offers an inside look at the dangerous world of space traffic control.
I'm willing to give anybody a second chance. I might hesitate internally with that knowledge because you're worried, right? Like, is that person just going to use the position to commit another white or blue collar crime, right? But you have to give people benefit of the doubt if you're going to take the effort to reform them, if you're going to give them jobs that let them be productive for society at large.
After years
you
of
have to do that.
Performance, ExoGeni has announced that its research colony on Pharos is finally returning a profit. New discoveries and a dedicated colonization effort have finally paid off for ExoGeni. ExoGeni stock rose sharply with the announcement, with investors pleased at this surprising news.
But if as soon as that person, and I guess this is where I draw my line, if that person proves themselves to just be someone who's going to engage in crime for no purpose at all, then, and you know, the records show this, like the proof, the evidence that you dig up is they did this thing because they wanted to again, then I would never trust them to hold any sort of public job ever again. Do I think they should rot in jail? depends on the crime itself. But that sort of person should definitely be in a curated living space with other people in a similar position to themselves that committed crime because they can. They've been charged with it twice. If they serve their 2 prison or jail sentences, then they shouldn't work a job ever again. They should basically be under house arrest until they pass from this world. I realize it sounds kind of harsh, and perhaps it is, but in the example I'm talking about, I needed to go back to see Sec to get out of here. In the contextual situation I'm describing an unrepentant criminal who shows no remorse, who commits the same crime over and over again, even if the circumstances between the crimes differ, as long as it was something they had control over, and not out of an act of desperation, then they should serve their time, and they should not be trusted again. Twice would be that limit. Reformation, I think, is something that should be given once. Did I go to Cora's Den? I did not want to do this. There we go. There should be a limit, because it's not safe for hardworking citizens who don't exercise a life of crime, who don't do a life of crime. And it's also unfair to the people who were victims of unfortunate circumstances and were charged with their crimes unwittingly.
Cult controlled by a former Alliance officer, Major Kyle. Major Kyle surrendered and is now being treated for severe post-traumatic stress disorder.
Like, even in all these situations, like with the Major Kyle and, essentially what amounted to having control over a bunch of other people and having everyone else be accessories to genocide, murder, torture, and all this other stuff, we still gave him a chance to answer for his crimes. That's the thing.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
You gotta give people a chance to answer honestly and seek help.
Logged. The
Be a better
commanding
person.
officer is aboard. Exo Presley stands relieved.
Had Kyle just simply kept on spouting his nonsense and shooting, I probably eventually would just say, screw this. You're in this for yourself. You're in this for your own sick, twisted worldview, and you must be stopped. In order to protect society at large. Like, that's it. That's my limit. One shot at reformation, nothing more. Jesus might have known to turn the other cheek, but even Jesus got mad at people who were committing hypocrisies and crimes. He turned over tables and whipped people. I say whip people because I know there's a scripture that talks about it, but I think this was enacted upon the Pharisees or someone else already doing something awful. Like, those so-called conservatives who don't read their holy book would never know. They would never know that sometimes that's what Jesus did. He got angry. He didn't just continually let people abuse him over and over. He had limits. All humans have limits. We have 3 systems. I do not know which one contains our object of interest. Does that color your perception of me? That I have words to say for so-called conservative Americans who pervert the holy book to exercise their xenophobic will? Does it color your perception of me that I think redemption should have limits, and people who are deemed a security risk to themselves, if given unlimited chances at redemption, should just pay an ultimate answer for their crime? Does that color me for you? If so, I guess that can't be helped. And I won't blame you if you want to tune away. Find something less serious to talk about, but my thing is you can't be afraid of having these sorts of discussions forever. And I think as content creators and entertainers, we have a chance to not just be like, so what's up, bro, dude Seth? How are you doing? We're spreading good vibes and good cheer. You can't do that all the time. There are limits. And I know if Blaine heard me say that, he would immediately counter with, well, yeah, but people don't need to hear that stuff. I think I have a good idea that's what he'd say, but I pride myself on being a place where we can discuss the more serious topics, because our video games that we play have people's perspectives in them. They have quests that take inspiration from people's personal histories. Heck, even sometimes just an in-game name is tied to a real world somehow. Did you know that D3's set transmuting item, the Canine Cube, was named after a dev on D3's team that passed? That was something they did for him. He was an honest, solid, hard worker. And the Blizzard team that worked for Diablo 3 thought to honor him in that way. I think that's really touching. But if people have a phobia of wanting the real world in their games, they would just ignore it. They would ignore it. And I think that's... I guess it's one way you can live your life. And me as a druid, I won't tell you how to live your life. You're in charge of that. But you can't run away from the real world. Escapism as a concept should never have existed in the first place. People should be able to confront, or have to confront, eventually, the things that are happening in their lives. Am I saying temporary escapism is a problem? I guess by virtue of saying what I just said, but I am willing to soften my stance a little bit. Temporary escapism is fine. Even repeated escapism in the same way is fine. There are people who drink to escape their problems. That they have to live with the ramifications of that. But eventually, escapism just turns to running away. And when it turns to running away, then that's the real problem. We can't allow that. Like, as a society, well, I say we can't allow it, but that's not the right phrasing. You know, that's the thing. If individuals are going to have their freedom, then they have the freedom to ruin their lives. And there's nothing we can do about that. But if you see a friend in that situation who's drinking their problems away, or someone who's just gaming specifically to run away from their problems every time they're playing a video game, you know, it's because something bad's happened, and it's the first thing they do, that's their crutch, that's what they go to, then maybe reach out to them. Talk to them. Get them to help, get them to cope another way. Sometimes, like, break that cycle. Because anything could be a cycle if a human does it often enough. Okay, so we are here at Maroon Sea. Let's read some planets. Supe has the composition of an ice dwarf planet, but is unusually large for such a body. It has a trace atmosphere of Krypton and Xenon. The frozen surface is dotted with deposits composed of potassium and light metals, brought to the surface by cryovolcanic processes. Supe's icy surface was often used as a source of potable water by passing merchant vessels. Since the Alliance claimed the inner system world of Chaska, satellites placed in orbit automatically built any vessel landing on the world for the mass of water removed from the surface. Exogeny has had a difficult time keeping these satellites operational. They often meet with accidents caused by impact with jettisoned ship debris. Orbital period 275.5 Earth years, radius 4,317 kilometers, day length 63.4 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 0 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature negative 216 degrees Celsius, surface gravity of 0.25 Gs. Survey says magnesium. It's in the description. No, it's not in description. You'd think I'd get potassium instead. I know there was something up here. This asteroid has an unusually sculpted and artistic appearance with many long sweeping curves, with a radius of 34 kilometers. While scanning the asteroid field in the Metano system, you discover a badly damaged ship. The recon team found no survivors on board, but they did find the Prothean data disk. What do we have over here? Elapa? Nice color. Elapa is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with an unusual ruby color caused by contaminants in the atmosphere. The world has over 120 moons, one of the highest totals in all known systems. Once full development of Chaska colony begins, a helium-3 refining infrastructure will be developed in the Elapa system, concentrated on the large ice moon of Kaniria. Or Coney Raya. Might be Coney Raya. That's what I'm going to go with. That's easy for me. Orbital period 74.1 Earth years. Radius is 72,820 kilometers. That's big, and that's what they all say. Day length 15.7 Earth hours. Then we have Apo. Apopalooza. I don't know where I'm going with that. A craggy world of igneous and basaltic mountains, Apo is racked by constant geologic activity. While volcanic hotspots are rare, continental plates are constantly piling up new mountains, subducting old ones, or causing slips along transform faults. Apo has a dense atmosphere composed of nitrogen and carbon monoxide. Ooh, toxic. Due to the constant earthquakes and landslide activity, surface exploration is not advised. The rubble-covered wrecks of a half-dozen expeditionary ships stand in mute testament to the planet's instability. Orbital period 29.7 Earth years, radius 6,843 kilometers, day length of 56.7 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 1.2 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature of negative 116 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 1.1 Gs with no surveying required. What about this ring of asteroids? Anything here? Glad I looked. A metal-rich asteroid 47 kilometers in diameter. In radius, excuse me. Oops. While scanning this asteroid field, we discovered platinum. We have Chaska and we have Inti. Is it Inti or is it Chaska? It's Chaska. Inti is a terrestrial planet with an atmosphere composed of ammonia and helium. Its surface is mainly composed of sodium oxide with deposits of magnesium. Its density is rather low, leaving the planet tide-locked to Metano. Inti is an unremarkable world, drawing little more than a cursory scan for surface pirate anchorages when Alliance patrols enter the system. Orbital period of 0.6 Earth years, a radius of 9,032 kilometers, day length of 0.6 Earth atmospheres, atmospheric pressure of 0.56 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature of 157 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.99 Gs. And we save the best for last, Chaska, which we can land on. Chaska is a large but low-density world, fundamentally similar to its inner neighbor Inti. Like Inti, Chaska is tidally locked to Metano. The same side always faces the sun, resulting in a scorching day side and a frozen night side. In the temperate areas around the Terminator, temperatures are average around 30 degrees Celsius, hot. Combined with a nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere, this slender band of habitable terrain allows limited colonization by humans. Chaska's ring is unique. It appears to be, for lack of a better term, a massive piece of alien installation art. The rings are made of small pieces of synthetic material and are almost invisible from space. From the ground, they catch and scatter the light of Metano in picturesque ways. It does not know who created the ring or when. Chaska is very early in development with little more than a few pioneer teams scattered across the surface. Information is being collated about native hazards and ecology, while a massive colonist recruiting drive is gearing up back on Earth. Colony founded in 2183, very recent. Population of 150, very small. Orbital period 1.3 Earth years, radius of 8,059 kilometers, a day length of 1.3 Earth years, an atmospheric pressure of 0.86 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature 67 degrees Celsius, averaging the two sides, and a surface gravity of 0.88 Gs. What happened there? Game just decided to crash. Oh, do I have to go back? Just what happened? Why did it crash? Thankfully it went to the launcher when this happened, but I haven't seen it do this before. So, before we land on Chaska, before we attempt to land on Chaska, we're going to make a new save, so that doesn't happen again. So we loaded save 510, which I think we're good to just, yeah, we should be good to just like scan planets.
A dangerous cult controlled by a former Alliance officer, Major Kyle. Major Kyle surrendered and is...
Thank you, but we've already heard this. Sorry, guys. Thankfully, we've already read them once, so I can just do a quick survey and be good.
Stand by, shore party. Decontamination in progress.
That's weird. Has anyone else
Officer is aboard.
experienced a crash like this before? Hey, it just goes to show you, even when a game is like unmodded, it's still not necessarily the most stable thing in the whole wide world. I believe it was, yeah, it's this one here, and Matano. Yep, I remember the system name. I just had issues with remembering other stuff. Thankfully, this doesn't set us back too far. I'll just make sure to make a save next time. And then if it crashes again, we can look into that on break. I want to take this opportunity while we're rehashing old content for a moment. You know, no, I don't want to do this yet. We just want to do some quick surveys. Over here somewhere. There we go. Do more surveys. Yep, Prothean data disk there. While we're rehashing old content, I want to thank people who are kind of watching along, lurking. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. It really, really does. Nope, that's it. And I thank anyone who's giving me the honor of, you know, filling your radio or your airspace with my noise. I'm not the most entertaining person in the world, and the fact that I've got other people in my house, it you know, that I'm living in their house, essentially means that, you know, I'm not exactly free to be a loud person at night. Because I imagine if I were living by myself, I would absolutely, you know, be my normal pitch all the time, except when I'm, you know, having to awaken myself. If I do a stream right when I'm getting up, yeah, that would be when I'm not loud. Alright, let's try to land here, and hopefully not crash. Oh, don't do this, game. It's looping. Yep. It doesn't like this. Like at all. That's really strange. You think it would just let us land here? Maybe I need to not resume the file, and instead I need to actually start and load the career instead of fast loading like this. Sometimes it makes a difference. I think of Hero Lab, which is a software I use to help manage my tabletop spreadsheets. Sometimes when I fast load a portfolio, it'll just crash immediately. Some programs don't like this. That's really strange. Alright, we're gonna try the start function and see if that goes on. And while I'm thinking about it, okay, I have the thing pulled up. We're gonna do other stuff if it fails to load again. I'll probably verify the Steam files while we're on break or something. I think that would be amenable. Let's load this save then. You know what we want to do, game? Just allow it. That's really strange. Okay, so I'm going to be right back for a moment. I'm going to try to verify this without taking a real break, quote unquote. Give me one moment. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna log out of the game entirely. And I'm gonna revalidate the game files, possibly. I wish I could, like, actually give you an ETA on when that's gonna be. It might have something to do with, like, the way that EA does things sometimes. It could be that Steam actually screwed something up. Sometimes just files sitting there can be a problem, but I'm gonna let this sort of run in the background while all this works. And you guys can see this part. I can put that back, but I'll do so on the intermission screen. Want to verify the integrity of the game. So we could do this. I'm gonna make sure there aren't extra like internet things happening while that's happening. All right, I'm gonna go answer Nature's Call. Let this verify. Maybe you guys can comment about the chair. I'll point the camera there so you guys could talk about it. I don't know. And well, if I leave it on the intermission screen, you can't do that. Never mind. But I'm not gonna play an ad for this intermission because, you know, stuff happened. And I will see you guys as soon as I can. Sorry for the silence. I am back. So sorry about that. So, we're nearly there in verification. I'm hoping it'll say, hey, yeah, you got like 130 files wrong or something. Like they failed to verify and will be reacquired. 5,446 files failed to validate and will be reacquired. How this game functioned on on 5,446 failed files, I have no idea. But hey, at the end of the day, I'm glad that we did this. Hopefully that means now when Mass Effect Legendary Edition actually loads up, that it'll load and all that fun stuff. While I'm here, I can quickly tell you guys about some of the other projects I want to bring to the channel, provided I have the time and don't have to go to work for like 12 hours a day on minimum wage. Then I'm not going to want to do very much when I get home. So some projects I'd like to bring you guys are, say, Ni no Kuni. I obviously would start with the remastered first edition, but I had a lot of fun playing Ni no Kuni 2 up to a certain point. And then after that, I kind of don't know what the game is. I'd like to bring you guys, say, I'd like to actually finish Tales of Berseria, Tales of Systeria. I'd like to actually show you guys Tales of Arise. I have it. What else? I'd like to eventually do the Assassin's Creed series on Twitch. I've showed this a few times, but I think it's worth showing off again. I'd like to actually beat like Bloodstained, Curse of the Moon 2. I'd like to do Ritual of the Night. I think I played some of it on Twitch, but I never actually did anything with it. I like to change that. I like to play Devil May Cry 5. There are a lot of good action games I'd like to actually show you guys. Or Hollow Knight even. Lots of stuff. Lots and lots of stuff. I might die before I get to do it all, but I'm gonna do my damnedest anyway. Excuse my French. Alright. Thanks, Steam. I love it. This part's gonna get a little bit loud, so I'm just gonna slide the capture card volume down. For me, it's gonna be ear-bendingly loud. For you guys, it might be okay. I hope you guys caught that grimace. It was loud. Alright. Now that our 5,446 files have been validated, let's try this again, shall we? If it crashes again after the file validation, I'm going to be upset. We're going to make a new save specifically to denote that event happened. We're going to try again. Good. Okay, so it wasn't simple. Some files got screwed up. The only thing I could think of that might have screwed them up is EA has this weird cloud storage thing. We're gonna bring Miss Lovely Talizora and Miss Lovely Liara. These lovely ladies. Wow, this is a nice lush place, ain't it? I'm being real paranoid with the saves. From what I read, there are like 9 different things we could do here. Got Civ structures in the science facility. Let's start by checking out the anomaly. Good old Mako missions. I just couldn't wait to do more of them. I really hope there are like still some vehicle missions in Andromeda when we get to them, when we get to that particular game. I just hope, you know, it's not prolifically tied to everything we're doing. Nice. We just get caught in the mountain valley. And I guess I'll reiterate where I kind of stand in terms of like planet colonization, just so that, you know, there isn't confusion like, oh, random streamer isn't sharing their real thoughts on the matter. No, I'm usually bloody well honest with everyone. I think humanity desperately needs it. We need to separate people out. And like, well, that sounds like a phobic statement. Why can't certain groups of people just get along? Oh, trust me, that's the real thing I want, is that, you know, we can all come together as a species and just coexist with each other. But in truth, because of certain past histories, some of them related to the US and some of them related over much longer, multi-thousand-year struggles that other countries have faced with one another, I think eventually just separating people out is a good thing. Some people can't coexist. Some people can't get along. And to keep people from warring amongst themselves, we need to colonize. You can't just be a do-gooder and make everyone get along. That doesn't work. Some people are going to hold on to enmity and hatred no matter what. Even if the time for reconciliation has long come to pass. I could imagine a planet where Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and so many others would probably want for themselves. Just give me this. You're gonna make me go around, aren't you? You're gonna make me go around. That's fine. And I'm not saying that we don't still have the chance to, like, get along with them. That's not my determination to make. I'm just a simple man who's not in charge of anything, no matter how badly he wishes he was sometimes. Just making sure I'm going the right direction. I ultimately think that humanity has drawn too many dividing lines for itself, and some people should just be separated to keep humanity from destroying itself, and that requires that we get terraforming and spatial technology developed properly. I'm hopeful that eventually everyone can maybe put their differences aside as a species, but we have to be realistic. And being a realist says that maybe some people are going to harbor infinite grudges and are going to teach their people to harbor infinite grudges.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
Joker, shh. Just shh. Close your eyes, Joker, and sleep. I need a soundboard containing Ashiok from MTGA. I need is it the Nightmare Muse? I think it's the Nightmare Muse. It's not the Dream Render. I need those lines. Like, just close your eyes and dream of me. Having a good Avid gun defined 1809. I'm gonna have to scrub that and give you a timeout. We don't do that here. Let's see, we're going to time them out. And we're going to, like, delete that. I don't take bribes. I want my growth to be organic, and I deserve to fail on my own merits. If it is not, that's simple. But I appreciate you thinking of me, though. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Speaking of that, that's another engagement question I can ask. What do people think of, what do people think of, you know, bots like that? You know, like, offer viewership and followers at, like, any price. As, like, someone who wants to be an honest content creator, I would never accept such things. And some people might argue that follow for follow is kind of like that. That a lot of the older practices on Twitch, before people became really well informed and stopped allowing it, and actively, like, did things to prevent it from happening, that I think people probably would have, that probably would have been an acceptable practice. Navigate the seam, coin. Navigate the seam. Come on, you could do it. Don't fall down. I need four-wheel drive. I don't think this is the way to get to it either. Like, look. I think we have to go all the way around. Let's return to the Normandy and re-land on the planet. That might be more helpful. As a reminder, on Friday, when I'm over on YouTube, you can find me there at swirlingvortex09.com, youtube.com/my username. As soon as the stream is over, I'll be over to the client's house that I house sit for, and I'll be missing Sunday's stream. Unless I have heard some talk from, you know, my dad, who's friends with the guy, that maybe there isn't going to be any house sitting, but I need to hear that from the client themselves. And if they don't say anything, I still have to gear up and go as if I'm going to go into house sit. So if it turns out that I'm not house sitting, or I'm only house sitting for Saturday, Sunday, then, you know, I'll let you guys know. I just thought I would mention that little update while I'm thinking about it. Don't really have anything I could talk about right now. So I think I'm just going to be quiet for a minute while I think of something. If you guys have anything you want to ask me, I doubt anybody does. Kind of a nobody, but if you do want to know about this nobody, you know, he's willing to answer questions. Just mention it in the chat. What are you? Ooh, a beryllium deposit. I doubt it's really that color, but... Well, I do know it's kind of a red color, but it's usually mixed with, like, an actual ore.
Ready.
I surely hope you were ready to get back into the car. So what did we have? About the Batano system in the Maroon Sea. We're not in the Armstrong cluster. In the Vostok system. Okay, so we're here to investigate samples. That's what we're here to do. And this has to do with like the Cerberus quest. About the genetics and stuff.
What happened to this? I've got a bad feeling about this.
I don't like that either, Liara or Tally. I guess we need to make sure that the squad's staying leveled up together. We don't have any advanced talents, so let's get lift maximized. And then for you, Miss Tally, we're gonna get that overload worked on. No, I don't want to load. Thank you, but no. Not interested. If it's mostly gonna be husks, then I should switch to a faster weapon. Yep, it husks. I'm betting the people back home aren't really gonna want to, husks. Lots of them. Liara, give them a good swirl for us. And then we have you two. Let's give you a good lift. We don't have too many more, just 2 husks. And throw you back. I think that's all of them.
Area secured.
Yep. Now, what goodies have you left behind? 259 items. Okay. That's fine. I guess we can, like, try to upgrade to a better assault rifle. Oh, I guess it's probably worth, like, transferring all these, and third slot you're gonna get is maximum accuracy. And then for you, got a Raptor. Got a Breaker 7. Yeah, sure, why not? It's better damage. And then for you, we'll get a rail extension. We'll trade out the Armageddon. And we'll get a kinetic stabilizer. You have a Omni tool. We're gonna let you have this one. Wait, I have access to an Omni tool, but I already have like the best one. Yeah, you can have this one. And then armor. Yeah, we got the good stuff. Let's use it. Now, what is this? Energizing weave. So we want to get something else. Maybe say medical interface 6. Giving her better health regen is just good practice. Then for you, this is just a better tool all around. I give you that. Make sure you've got a good pistol. And for that, we're going to give you a combat scanner with it. Do we have good armor? Yeah, we've got good armor. We can give you the Guardian level 8 then. What level is this? Energized Weave 7. Let's give you the ablative coating. Good. We'll outfit as we go. I think that makes the most sense. I know we have the weapons locker, but I'd rather not detract from our gameplay that much. I'll let the codexes do this enough. Okay, so we had a crate which we already, or malfunctioning device, and that already was opened. 254 items, which we will take. Nope. It's not what I wanted, game. Hey, we'll be able to, like, use that better gun eventually, or that better armor eventually. That still sucks that we're waiting on Moreland to refresh his stocks for quarry and stuff. Take this. Like I said, if I have to, I'll gel everything down and sell the rest. Like, if that's something we have to do on camera, I will do it. It's just my life's kind of been busy lately. I've been trying to keep up with my tabletop content. I've been trying to, handle all this school business. I've got a lot going on, and while I'm sitting here kind of making excuses for it, I'd like to think that I'm not just... Hello. I'm making excuses, but for why you guys are getting subpar content, but I know at least some of you would understand that. Nice. At least some of you should understand what that struggle for college students is like, because at any point your financial life, your finances could be in jeopardy if you fail it up one too many times, if you aren't paying attention to in class. I mean, that's just kind of on the person normally. If you are if you're struggling otherwise, that could be tough. Like, really tough. And it takes up a necessary amount of my time because I have to be the one to resolve it. I have to be the one to find a way forward. Like, by either finding a job or doing anything else. Again, I'm talking about the generalities of the thing. You guys will get all the detailed information within reason that you need to know when I do the video. You've got my word on that. You guys deserve that. You guys need to know, because it affects what you watch and what you do. Let's get this probe. I wasn't expecting a hard probe, but whatever. Alright, let's try to get our way over to the anomaly from this side. We should have a better time at it now. Can everyone still hear me okay, even though I'm not projecting my voice quite as loud? Like, getting to this level of projection where I'm just loud enough that people can hear, but quiet enough that, the people that I'm actually living with are not. able to hear me if they're sleeping is it takes quite a bit of practice. You really have to get good at modulating your own volume and enunciating clearly without yelling, and that can be hard. It took me a long time to like feel comfortable doing it. And it's easy for me to make mistakes. He says not looking into the camera. That's one thing. That's kind of like the trade-off. My mic's sort of at the corner, and I can't have it too far away from my mouth. Otherwise you guys really can't hear me, even if I do yell. Oh, for the love of God, do not make me do this. You making me do it, aren't you, game? Maybe over there on the other side? No, that's not really it either. Okay, maybe I have to go kind of up and around, kind of like this. While I've still got good momentum. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Okay, we have finally made it to this anomaly. Please tell me there was a more intentional path to it. Nope, I'm not wanting to pull out a gun over a historical site. Let's not do that. Ah, there's several small Prothean artifacts in the crate, including an intact Prothean data disk. It appears to be in excellent condition. And then we've got whatever's in this crate. 269. Almost nice. Almost, maybe. Ah. Only the original 69 has, like, the biggest impact, the biggest beam. 169, 269, 669, 969. None of them hold a candle to the original. None of them. Are you telling me I could have just gone surveying for my equipment game? That buying things is kind of a waste? Please say it ain't so. It probably is. Isn't it? Well, here we are. Standing on top of a Prothean pyramid. Overlooking a somewhat green world. What do you guys think of that? Nice view, right? Oh, nice butt, I guess. I don't know what I'm supposed to say when I accidentally put Bro Shep's butt into the camera. Do I just ignore it, pretend it's not there? Nah. That would be a disservice to Dutch model Mark Vanderloo. He's the one who gave his body so that we could have something to look at. How do I know? Because I've played the Mass Effects, my good sirs and or ma'ams. I've played Mass Effect 2 and 3. Trust me, the body models do a lot of work. Did a lot of work for that game. Which was why I was so surprised when Mass Effect Andromeda, you know, had all those bug issues that ended up having to get patched out. I was like, it's not like BioWare to suddenly have issues like with modeling skeletons or something. It's definitely not like them. And some of the clips I saw were just absolutely hilarious. Like, men being slack-jawed, I think, was one of them. People doing funny dances, I think, were another. Come on, get me up there. You know you wanna. You wanna get me up here. Good. Good, good, good. I was about to say, please don't make me out to be a liar. And this is what I'm talking about. I just held right and went backwards, which is not at all intuitive when you're parsing it with your fingers, but okay, this is where we were. We want to now start to sort of turn left, I think. Yeah, there's the escape pod. We want to turn left and then head right. No reason to take the mountain routes here. They're already kind of hard. And it didn't look like there were any routes up either. Did we already do this? Yeah, we did, because it was an anomaly before. Never mind. Alright. Let's head over here then. I can't think of any really interesting things I could tell you about myself. I've been trying to, like, parse some sort of conversation we could have, but I don't know if there's really anything about me that people would care to know. Most people are like, if it doesn't affect me and my personal sphere, not interested. I can understand that. Some people just don't like to know others' business, don't want to get involved, don't want to be involved. Just want to be self-contained. I get that. I'm like that sometimes. I don't want to be involved in people's business. I don't want to be involved in their everyday decision-making. I don't want to know what they had for breakfast. I'm not interested in them walking their dog for like the 15,000th time or something else to that effect. Okay, we got that all sorted out. There's one. There's another that is most assuredly on its way. Come on, don't do this. Liara, why don't you use some of your powers? You're getting a lift, bud. No, I'm not letting you do that. Is there something up there? Can't tell. No. Good.
All targets eliminated.
I'm just trying to apply metagel game. There's no reason you had to pull out the guns for that. Oh well, this is mid-2002. You can only code so many things certain ways. And that's the thing. I know just enough, like, basic coding to be dangerous. Like, if I start poking around in systems that aren't meant for me, I know just enough to screw something up and not enough to unscrew it up. So I try not to get involved in looking at code that I don't actually know how to handle. At most, I could probably tell you what this thing's trying to do, like what the computer is trying to do, but not enough to actually do anything meaningful with it. But at least I know what it's doing sometimes. Nice, nice. Snowblind rounds. Yes, we know. We have kit that we gotta sell. I'm working on it, game. I'm working on it. Anything up here? I could have sworn there wasn't really anything up here, but I'm looking anyway, just in case. Alright. Well, it's a science facility, so we brought at least something. We brought at least something. I get the feeling since it was Cerberus, and we brought, I believe, Cade Nolenko out with us, we should have brought him here for this, but I also remember Tally being part of it, so at least we got someone who's part of the crew that's been part of the saga this whole time. Alright, let's make our way up to this. And hopefully we don't get shot at too badly, huh? For those who are worried, I muted the mic just in time. For those who are worried about my strange streaming habits, I'm sorry. You know, like streaming at, I guess, 10 o'clock at night. I don't make a regular habit of this. This is a makeup stream. I could just forego it, but I want to give you guys content. Even if no one is present to watch it at the time, I can at least... Oh, hold on. Yeah, I can at least give you guys VODs of the stuff. If nothing else. Alright. We're just gonna check the backsides of these like mechanical silos, and then we should be good to go. Oh, what are we gonna find in here? Are we gonna find more husks? Are we gonna find the interloping Geth who did this to people? Really? I could have sworn that you should have been able to step through those spikes, but I guess not. Time to go into the den of the devil, right? And boy, what a den it is. Looks more like a research facility. Hopefully Geth just showed up and not Cerberus inviting the Geth in. We got hello, anyone home? More husks. Sure no one's collapsing in on our backside.
Form up. Shield disabled.
Just gonna pop open a barrier. Give you a throw. Liara, why don't you swirl around? No, you get a lift. Anything else? Anyone else? Yep, one. Neural shock. Thank you guys, much appreciated.
On me.
Liara, where are you? You're stuck on the dang spikes. Come here. Come on. Let's not get you ladies caught in any more spikes. We don't want any, false stilettos, as they say. Or is it falsettos? False stilettos. I like that better. Nothing? Just kind of a quiet research facility? Jeez. Yeah, they must have really annihilated everyone here. Anything over this way? No isolated pockets to speak of. Alright, let's open the door. And open it some more. What do we have on the map? Doesn't tell us, which is good. Not like that avoids spoilers, so we can't prime ourselves. Oh, okay. Let's save it up then. Oh, feels much better. Look at all this loot. Yep, I know. We got items. We got a lot of items, game. 296. You must salvage or sell 1 items before you can. I can't even take this. Oh, that's unfortunate. Game, but you won't let me convert this into... Oh, I gotta choose one. Yep. And we should do some more omni-gelling right now. Because if we don't do this right now... that could be a problem. We're going to bin this as junk. Anything that isn't at least 6 or better is getting junked. Four, 5. It ain't gonna be much, but it's gonna be better than nothing. Got a 4 here, which you don't need. These are all 8 or better. And we got some 4s here. And 1 5. We got 1 5. Right. No, we will convert all junk to Omnigel. Okay. Save again, in case we get new items. Anything around the terminal side? Yes, we got 1. Don't worry. Well, I'll probably have to sell on camera today. Anything up here? Nope. Alright, terminal. A colonial pioneer team rarely consists of more than a few dozen specialists. It's clear that none of them have survived. The Cerberus group has a lot to answer for here. Unfortunate. Do we have any... let's see, with dead scientists, the espionage probe. Interesting. Maybe we'll find out what Cerberus is up to much later. Because we have a terminal. We got the terminal information, so we could just get out of here now. Game is so quiet today, and I know I didn't put the music on mute. Hopefully that doesn't, you know, make everybody uncomfortable. I'm doing my best to, you know, make people comfortable while we're all here, but if the game's gonna be silent, there ain't much I could do. Between this and Elden Ring, what do people prefer? I'm curious. I want to know. Maybe I should start looking at my VODs to see if people are leaving comments, but... Trying to make sure I'm totally blanking on what I want to say. I hope people enjoy, like, the series playthrough, and you know, I'm not just catering to, I mean, I am catering to just basically 3 people, but I'm hoping people get some enjoyment out of this too. All right, we can't keep going on like this. I hated having to like compost a piece of gear, so we're gonna do some upkeep stuff while we're here. Look, we still gotta help people out. And, you know, I didn't pitch a guarantee we would go to Virmire today. Just saying. Just warning people. Why can't there be a full accompaniment of 8 here? I hate having empty rooms. All right, Recco, ARO, what do you got for us?
Supplies?
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
We don't have any new licenses to buy. It's just other gear. Just want to compare everything. It's a shotgun. I don't really care to keep updated with that. Got an assault rifle. More shotguns. We don't really have... I suppose getting another assault rifle would be good. And then I guess we can get... I don't know yet. We're gonna have to look at everyone's inventory. Just make sure everyone's all geared out. We've already geared up these lovely ladies. So it's Rex, Cade, no, we've geared up Caden. It's just Rex and, Garrus that aren't quite upgraded yet. Alright, let's upgrade you first. Upgrade that. We have a kinetic stabilizer. I don't want to give him the other combat optics. Let's give the rail extension. And the assault rifle. Thunder 9. That's some bad accuracy. Whatever. Another rail extension. Got the Prodigy 8, the Polaris 8. Wait, we just got amps. I need to look at one for myself. Polaris 5. Yeah, let's go with the Polaris 8. Good. That gets us really quite and we're gonna compost this. Alright, we've got your shotgun, your assault rifle. We'll give him the Prodigy 8. And then we can look at the Guardian armor, which, if I'm being quite honest, I probably want this one. Colossus 9, really good stuff. We got, let's give you the combat hardening. Oh no, we can do better than that. What is this one? Combat exoskeleton 8. Oh, what do we have? It's medical interface 6. Okay. We have medical interface 6, so we can... That's health, regen, and toxin resistance. Yeah, here we go. We want this. And we also want this. Good stuff. Garrus, your turn. We want you to have top of the line material. Transfer these. You're getting the combat optics. And then for your sniper rifle, they'll give you one of the better ones. Let's make it as accurate as possible. So that's what, Punisher 8? Go for a kinetic stabilizer because that's what we have access to. And we'll trade out the incendiary rounds for the high explosive rounds. Oh, we gotta get rid of these. These are 25% damage. Let's trade this out for the Inferno rounds. And this is fine where it is. You have a Chameleon Tool 4. Tech cooldown. Yeah, we can give you the Cypher Tool 8. Why not? And then you have details. I do not know whether this is this is medium armor. Okay. Let's I guess these are effectively equivalent armor. Go for the silverback. It looks silver. Appletive coating 7. Shield's interface is probably good for Tally. Let's give you the kinetic exoskeleton and an appletive coating 7. And it's worth parsing over their upgrades again. What are these? 20%, 20 damage, 40 minus 40 rate of fire. Okay, that's what these are. Let's see, massive damage to destabilize enemies. Yeah, these have more, they just do more damage. They're like the ultimate. They have like a huge drawback, but also huge blessing. Let's do this then. What about you? Kinetic stabilizer 6. Yep, that's what we've got. Real extension 7. Pistol, you have a 6. Let's try to get you a 9. The Karpov 8. Sounds good. These are polonium round 6. Polonium round 8. And you don't have a combat scanner, so we'll give you one. Unity Amp 5. Unity Amp 8. Sure, you can use this. We have Onyx 6. Oh, we don't have any good light armor for you. That's gonna be a problem, huh? Well, this is slightly better. We'll just transfer the upgrade, make sure it's good. So this is the kinetic buffer. Do we have another one of those? Yes. Yes, we do. And Miss Ashley, what do you have? We have Lyov 8. And the Katana 8. What about your mods, though? Okay, let's upgrade that. We have the combat optics. We've got the scram rail, which is like the best one we have. And you, we have cryo rounds 4. We can change that out now. Rail extension 6. And we have the kinetic stabilizer 7. Okay. I don't have any heavy. We've got some, but it's not as good. Okay. We could sell everything else, I think. Mostly the biggest challenge is just going to be like doubling over all these extensions and stuff. We have a combat optics 8. Yep, we sure do. This is the one I want to check. Proof sighting 3. Unfortunate. It's the logic arrest tool. Right, you also use these, don't you? That's really sad. But a logic tool 4 is just better than a cipher tool. Unfortunate. Oh, yeah, we should check the armor mods, make sure they're up to date. That's 7. 7. These are incendiary rounds 5. We can boost those. Oh, you also have a stiletto 5. Yeah, we should definitely change that. Here's a stiletto 8. Cryo round 7. That's not what that looks like. There we go. Cryo round 7. We have kinetic stabilizer 7, and you'll get a combat scanner 7. Armageddon 6. We lose out on so much damage, though. Yeah, we actually took care to outfit this. Okay. That's the exact same type. Proof sighting is the one we can't change out, really. Yep. Just check all these mods. Rail extension 6. The 6 is the highest rail extension we have. Ooh, double rail extension. Beautiful. Radioactive rounds 3. Proton rounds, shredder rounds, tungsten rounds. Weird. Okay. I guess we just gotta start changing that stuff out. And I believe we're using like the best armor for you already. And we already parsed everyone else's. Alright. We're good to mark it all as junk. I don't think there's a fast way to do this. Sorry for you guys seeing all the upkeep like this. I know this is super boring. Especially because I can't really focus on upkeep and commentary at the same time. We're not getting rid of you. I want to keep this for personal reasons. And we'll just sell anything that's junk at this point. I know this is kind of boorish, or very boorish. I'm especially bad at commentary with this, but this needs to get done. We really can't hold on anymore. I should have done this when we were off camera, but I totally forgot. So sorry. And, you know, me being busy as well. Like, both things occurred, but who really cares at this point? It's more about, oh, I didn't finish modding this. We'll have to do that first. as soon as I mark all the stuff as junk, we can mark the mods for junk separately. Yeah, I definitely wish there was like a mark all as junk. That definitely would have made things much easier. Who knows, maybe there is like a junk all button in the legendary editions for 2 and 3 and the what is it, the definitive edition of Andromeda? Maybe there's like a junk all button. That'd be the hope. Might have to start marking junk as we find it. High explosive. Yup. We've already marked all that. We don't need any of these extra tools. We've got what we want. Same thing with the amps. And then we've already got all the armor we could possibly want. But I promise I'm not going to make a habit of showing junk, this kind of thing, to people. It's not necessary. I really do try my best to try to do this stuff off camera, despite how it looks. Alright, we've marked that as junk. Now we're going to mark... If we've got more than 2 copies of, like, the highest level upgrades, we are definitely junking the rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Proton rounds. Mark the rest for destruction. 2 for those. 2 for those. Mark the rest. Anyone else find inventory management cathartic? I'm definitely nervous about showing this stuff on air, but I actually don't mind doing this. You know, as long as I get up and take regular stretch breaks, I really don't mind. If it ain't a 7, I am junking it. Besides, we're going to be, like, switching over to Inferno and Snowblind rounds. Like, they're starting to get a little bit more powerful. Endgame upgrades tend to be some of the most... Well, they are the most powerful thing, obviously. But the downsides get a little bit bigger, and the upsides also get a bit bigger than that as compensation. Like in the case of the Snowblind rounds, you did have a negative there, but the rest of them is pretty good. Okay, we've gotten rid of those. What about here? If it ain't the top version, if it ain't like the top 2 of a version, I'm scrapping it. It's all junk. We have only 1 of this. And we junk everything else. Good. Good. Grenade. We have these that we have to parse through. I'm keeping the anti-thorium gas for obvious reasons. And then we have high cryo incendiary. Got the fusion explosive. We only need to keep 1 copy of these. And we've already seen everything else. Okay, that isn't marked. Then these don't have mods of any kind. Now we mark the armor mods. Anything that we have more than 2 of, same deal. We junk it. Oh, I didn't even look at my own. That's 14%. We can move to this. Definitely keeping that. Definitely keeping that. Definitely keeping this. One. Shield modulator, we want this. Junk the rest. We mostly have level 7 upgrades at this point, with some level 3s as like a, hey, we don't have like an accuracy upgrade in any of that kind of capacity. We have the other, but unlike weapon upgrades where there's like one for utility, one for damage, you don't really have that sort of thing happening with armor upgrades. You just get two of the... You get more benefits for more slots. You don't have to pick so much. Okay. We've junked everything we're not interested in. Let's check out our armor. Got the med interface. We have the kinetic buffer. Right. We should have switched that. So I guess we can mark the shield thing for junk then. Where did I spot that? Shield modulator. Yep. This is what we wanted to junk. All right. Now we go talk to our Alliance rec officer and get them to
Looking for supplies?
Yes.
Let's see what you've got.
You bet, Commander.
We're gonna go to sell all junk. Look at our coffers. We just got a whole bunch of stuff. Yay! Too bad that stock doesn't actually update that often. But we went from being like dirt poor to having like 5 mil credits. Which is just fan-freaking-tastic. But collecting gear, you don't want to just like omni-gel all your stuff. You only need so much omni-gel, and if you're good at the hacking mini games, you hardly need any. You just need it for quest stuff, etc., etc. Okay, so we've made our way out of Chaska. I'm gonna leave you guys with a view of the galaxy map. We're gonna go hit up the other two systems in this galaxy, and after we take our last commercial break, to make up for lost ad revenue, I'm going to take about 7 minutes instead of 5, and I'm going to play 3 minutes of ads instead of 1 minute and 30. Thank you guys to anyone who sits through the ads. If you tune away, I can't blame you. Have a nice day, etc., etc. I'll see you after the commercial break. Sorry about that. I am back. I had to be extra quiet. Because my movement tends to make mountains shake, so to speak. I need to stop putting Shepard's butt into the shot. Alright. Hopefully this will be more than enough time to get these side quests done. Why is this an unknown? We were just here. Yeah, okay, so sometimes they'll just unmark themselves. Whatever. Vostok was the other one. Let's go to Caspian first. Antida. No, I gotta be careful with that name. Antida is a standard hydrogen-helium gas giant. Its atmosphere is darkened by traces of sodium, and is one of the relatively few planets known with an orbital period of more than a millennium. Holy lord. Orbital period, 1296.1 Earth years. Radius, 29,657 kilometers. Day length, 12.8 Earth hours. Survey says, scans of Antida revealed a group of defunct turrets orbiting the planet. The recon team carefully retrieved one of the turrets and brought it on board. Tally dismantled the weapon and found it was marked with a Carthan outpost insignia. Then we have Almarcrux. Almarcrux has an atmosphere of methane and ethane. Despite its great distance from Caspian, the energetic young star heats the surface almost temperate levels. Thick ground fogs are common at the Terminator, where water ice frozen during the long dark side night meets the warm air masses from the day side. The crust is mainly composed of copper with deposits of sodium. Almarcrux's abundant water and relatively mild temperature and gravity have placed it on the short list of terraforming candidate worlds. However, there is significant opposition from eco-ethics groups who assert that Almarcrux's primitive methanotropic bacteria may be a precursor to a full-fledged native ecology. What a dilemma indeed. Orbital period, 584.1 Earth years, radius of 4,715 kilometers, day length of 64.7 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 0.76 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature of 31 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.78 Gs. Hopefully everybody's enjoyed their break. And again, I'm sorry for the ads, but thank you for sticking through them if you're still around. I really appreciate it. Hello, Farnuri. What do you have to say? Farnuri has a trace atmosphere of carbon dioxide and helium. The surface is mainly composed of silica laced with iron oxides, indicating the world had an oxygenated atmosphere at some time in the past. Given the relative youth of the blue star Caspian and the significant gravity well of Farnuri, this must have occurred with astonishing swiftness, perhaps a result of some cataclysmic event. Further research is required. Orbital period of 352.7 Earth years, radius of 8,968 kilometers, day length of 67.8 Earth hours, no atmospheric pressure to speak of, negative 98 degrees Celsius for surface temperature, and a surface gravity of 1.2 Gs. Survey says, gold deposit. Nice. Klotanka. Nice purple sheen. Klotanka is a large but low-density terrestrial world with an atmosphere of nitrogen and carbon monoxide. Its crust is composed of sulfur and unremarkable silicates. Occasional deposits of heavy metals, usually the result of meteor strikes, dot the surface. High-speed winds, powered by the hot blue star Caspian, present a constant hazard. Atmospheric entry is hazardous, and EVAs are discouraged. Orbital period, 124.7 Earth years, radius of 7,810 kilometers, day length of 19.7 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 0.73 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature 92 degrees Celsius, hot, surface gravity of 0.78 Gs. Survey says we've got some iridium. Nothing else. MSV Cornucopia? Ooh, we can board it. The Cornucopia is a Kowloon-class modular conveyor of human design. While obviously adrift, the Cornucopia is not broadcasting any distress call. Gee, with holes like that, I wonder why. Registry X Solar Shipping Sol. Oh, so that was headed to our... Let's take the boys with us. The big boys. Oh, right. We got squad points to distribute. I forget what I was working toward. That's probably, Master Overkill. And 4 points for you. Mass Carnage, and then we wanted... Well, let's give him some extra health. And save again. Just go ahead and get the appropriate stuff. Can't actually talk to anyone though. Just real strange. Whatever. It's not unheard of to have issues. Nothing this way or that way. I wonder what could be on this ship. Barrier.
Husks. The ship's part of the problem.
I bet.
Worry about survivors, then.
Oh, and more husks mean we need to switch. No thank you. We're going to, we're gonna, like, enemy shields, like, just drop those. Who else is here? I know you're here. You're getting neural shocked. Any more? Any more coming out of the woodwork? Probably. Well, we mostly have our, like, weapons. Goodness. Just checking our broadsides. Oh, we definitely want to barrier ourselves. Let's not die. Good. Good. I only took us some resources. Just a few. Nothing here. Okay, we can't go in these side rooms. That feels nice, not having that notice crop up every time. I'm sure we'll have one more opportunity where that's going to happen to us. Just got to be prepared for it. I think these have the opportunity to be some of the more surreal locations of all out of all the locations here on Mass Effect, because they're just desolate spaceships with, you know, nothing but hostile creatures in them, and you know, it's just completely abandoned. This sort of reminds me of like one of the scenes out of like, what is it, Gundam Warriors or something, where you had two people pursuing each other on a spaceship, and eventually they come to blows with one another. And there were some very close calls during that fight.
According to the log files, the ship was out near the Perseus Veil. Looks like they found some kind of alien artifact. They brought it on board, and then... This doesn't make any sense. They plotted a course straight into the Perseus Veil, like they wanted the Geth to find them.
What else do the logs say?
The entries don't make a lot of sense after that. It's like the captain's mind was falling apart. Doesn't say anything about how the ship got back into human territory.
The Geth turned them into husks and left the ship where someone would find it, trying to show us what happens to organics dumb enough to enter the Veil.
According to the log, they brought it on board, and then...
That artifact must have done something to them. Why else would someone fly into Geth space?
The entries don't make a lot of sense.
The Geth turned them into husks and left the ship where someone would find it, trying to show us what happens to organics dumb enough to enter the Veil.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we explored all the dialogue options. If we could do that. What I'm mainly looking to do now is just clear out any stragglers that might be here. Make sure there weren't alternate paths we could take somewhere. Otherwise, this is just kind of a nice find, but nothing beyond that. Oh, my right ear is like killing me for unknown reasons. Looks like something is like scratching at the... Shock you. Barrier myself. Good Lord. Anything else, game? Anything else you'd like to, you know, share with the class? I'm all ears. No? Okay, we're gonna level up then. Alright, so we got these. Okay, this isn't actually restoring barrier. Alright, let's try to work on maxing out health and stuff. For you, let's, I guess, boost this. Like, get the advanced version of each trait at least. And then you... we can go for master immunity. Beautiful. Save again. Well, that's one pile of nonsense all taken care of. Nothing here. Yeah, we just leave now. Nothing back here. Nope. Doesn't look like it. Leave. Well, that happened. New saves in order. We're definitely getting to 600 this playthrough. I make 600 saves and I will make 600 more. Something like that. Now, let's get to reading. Poseidon. Poseidon is a rather small hydrogen-helium gas giant. Its atmosphere contains large quantities of chlorine, hence the yellow color. Although chlorine is like sometimes yellow, sometimes green. It's green when it's mixed with stuff, I guess. Orbital period 110.2 Earth years. Radius 16,622 kilometers. Day length of 18.6 Earth hours. Scans of Poseidon revealed a strange, unmanned vessel in orbit around the planet. Tally brought it on board and determined it was a sorry-made but very old. She discovered several ancient artifacts inside the vessel, including one of Matriarch Dillanaga's writings. Next up we have Alco. Looks like we can land on it. Looks more like a moon, but I guess it's a planet. The geological properties of Alco have been scanned from orbit, but little else is known about it. A fairly typical mix outer system terrestrial of rock and ice, Alco has a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. Its crust is composed of silicates and water ice with deposits of aluminum. Unregistered starship activity has been recorded in the vicinity of this planet. Travel is not advised. Orbital period 28.7 Earth years, radius of 4,949 kilometers, day length of 45.2 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 0.00 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature of negative 167 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.5 Gs. What do we have? A metal-rich asteroid, 139 kilometers for its radius. We got some palladium. Good. Just checking this for other stuff. Now, is it Notocrux?
Looks like we've got an active distress beacon on the planet below, Commander. No message, just a locator signal.
Notocrux is a verdant world with abundant water, temperate climate, a thick nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere, and a rich ecosystem. It would seem to be perfect for life. The relative high percentage of oxygen makes humans feel energized and alive, though it has also allowed insect analogs to grow to frightful sizes. Unfortunately, Notocrux is a case of almost not quite. Thunderstorms are as common on Earth, but in Notocrux's thicker, oxygen-rich atmosphere, they are deafening and spark constant wildfires. More damning, however, are the large and ubiquitous tufts of pollen that float on the high-pressure air. In humans and other oxygen-breathing species, they cause severe or lethal allergic reactions. Aww, that's so sad. Notocrux seems like it would be a fine place for human life otherwise. Orbital period of 3.6 Earth years, radius of 5,988 kilometers, day length of 22.2 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure 2.63 Earth atmospheres. Can we even survive when the atmospheric pressure? Maybe I'm thinking of surface gravity. Can we survive when the pressure is that high? Surface temperature 23 degrees Celsius. Perfect. And surface gravity of 0.9 Gs. Before we answer this, we have Clomarthu. Clomarthu has a reducing atmosphere of methane and nitrogen. The surface is hot and mainly composed of sodium with deposits of uranium. Ooh. In terms of size and orbit, Clomarthu is a virtual twin of Earth, but utterly lacks life. Orbital period, 1 Earth year, radius 6,028 kilometers, day length 18.8 Earth hours, atmospheric pressure of 0.9 Earth atmospheres, surface temperature 95 degrees Celsius, and a surface gravity of 0.9 G. Alright. Because I'm paranoid, I'm paranoid about what happened. I'm saving before I enter the planet now. Alright, let's take... Let's keep swapping. Not sure why my eyelid's twitching, but it is. Look, there's that pollen. And we've got the masks on because otherwise it would be a problem. Lenko, how should we spend? Lift. Easy. Every time. New save. Then for the map, we've got the science facility, we've got an anomaly, and we've got some debris. Let's head toward this first. And it's lower to the ground, so we should have an easier time dealing with it. But before we do, I'm gonna deal with the enemy hostiles on the map. That could be worth some experience. And we just recently saved, so if it turns out they're just stuff we can kill, we might not do that. Oh, it's a Thorian creeper, huh? That's unfortunate. I was hoping it wasn't going to be a planet. I could see why this is an almost, but not quite. The Thorian has managed to be somewhere... Well, not the Thorian, a Thorian. It's species 37, right? Which means there's multiple. Why else would there be Thorian creepers? Alright. Easy enough, I guess. Some people definitely tried. Oh, come on, don't do this. Yep, do it again. Oh, that was so close. Really? I messed it up that badly? Oh, yeah, no, give it up. Give it up, try again. Find a space where I can work freely. I hate that it resets me, though. Oh, good. The rest shouldn't be nearly as bad. I'm sure this will all be worth something later. Let's get this mineral while we can see it. Yeah, really, I think one of the bigger complaints that will probably stick out to people, and this is more of just, you know, this is why maybe some of that stuff changed, is, you know, the Mako missions begin to feel samey after a while. Like, outside of the side quests that maybe sends you to that planet, once you break down what the planets actually are, what you mostly have is, these are planets that just happen to have things on them to do. And once you're done with that, and you've done it enough times, it feels almost uninspired, doesn't it? Uh-oh. That was real close. Well, at least it's gold. Ah, that doesn't exactly make me feel worthwhile. Okay, so we've got this. Let's... Now you have to go all the way back around somehow. I don't know how we're gonna do that, but we're gonna try. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. But I do see a kinda clear path we could take. Feels almost better to just return to the Normandy and then ship out again. This is what I mean about clear paths. Seems clear, but it ain't. So close. Just gotta go where the gradient's real mild. Oh, now I really feel like I'm climbing one of Skyrim's mountains. Yeah, we're not gonna go very far doing this. So, let's find another way. Sometimes you just gotta take the long way around, or we gotta go back. I think actually the best thing we can do is probably try to, you know, get voided out. Just in case that doesn't work. We're gonna make a new save.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
No, Joker, I know exactly what I'm doing. Ah, whatever. It'll be fine, I'm sure.
You went right off the scanners, Commander. Now we have to bring you back.
See? I guess it's good that I showed this eventually. Yep, look. It put us right back where we wanted to be. Sometimes it's easier to just get voided out. People think it's, you know, nasty and that you shouldn't void yourself out. You know, it's kind of seen as dying, or, you know, it feels bad to do, but in actuality, if you're a speedrunner, you get used to voiding out if it's like the fastest thing to do to, you know, progress in the game and such. I see it happen all the time. Sometimes, like, I regularly see people void out in, like, speedrunning content. Just because it's faster. It saves frames. You don't care about damage taken. All you care is that, you know, you got it done. You know, if you're doing a no damage run on top of that, then, yeah, you know, yeah, the speedrun, you'll see speedrunners, like, deliberate for, like, a few seconds before making their moves, but, well, maybe not a few seconds. It's more like a second, if they do any deliberating at all. Depends on what kind of game it is. Sometimes you don't have seconds to think. Let's decrypt some ancient debris. This escape pod is half buried in material that has washed down from the mountains. That has obviously been here for centuries. The computer still has power. Linking in with your hard suit, you recover a batch of files containing data on the Thracia colony. Debris field engaged. Okay. If we can face the right direction, I will be a happy camper. Oh. Joints get all kinds of stiff and pop real hard. Pop real hard when I use my pinky a whole bunch, like I do when I'm pressing shift. Come on, get up there. Good. We can move. We can begin moving again. I spoke too soon. I have regrets. Alright, just get turning and get moving. That's all that's gotta happen. Just gotta follow the navigatable terrain. Hello. Just in case. I want to see if we get anything for it. I feel really bad doing that. We're gonna load. We don't even get anything for it. We don't even get anything. That's the ultimate feel bad. You're like, instead of just deciding between a reward or no reward, it's like, nah, you just murdered animals. You frickin' psychopath. How do you feel about that? You feel good about yourself? Sure hope so. Ugh. Good. Back into the Mako. And now we're off to the science facility. And hopefully this isn't another trap, although if it's a distress beacon with no message or anything, the silence doesn't give you much. Maybe it's like an old depleted beacon, or maybe it's like the Eden broadcasts in Fallout 3, where that stuff's just kind of been looping on repeat and you don't find out until later that it was, you know, done there more recently than that. Yay, we have more Thorian Creeper. Alright, let's get ready to grab our guns and get rolling. Well. Oh, we got some polonium rounds. Good. I was beginning to wonder about those. More importantly, I think we're going to see a lot more evidence of, like, a Thorian being here in just a moment. We got Thorian creepers on the map. Just got a miner 6 and I think we'll be alright. Got some plant vor. Hey, everybody duck and cover if you don't want to be covered in phloem juices. Get off me. Definitely get off me. Why are you using a pistol, man? Use a... Do I have to, like, baby everyone? Good lord. I guess people use pistols until I tell them otherwise, huh? That kind of sucks. The people should just use weapons they're proficient in. I think we're okay for right now. don't see anything we can grab. Probably not. Definitely not. Okay. I mean, I'm using a weapon I'm not exactly proficient in, but... Anything over here? I mean, dead bodies and storage lockers, sure. Whatever, what do we have here? Nothing really pertinent. We have a sludge canister. We've got a locked crate. Nothing else. This reminds me of some of the areas in Mass Effect 2. You see a lot more of these like stasis pods.
Yes, sir.
Just lead the way.
Alright. Now we save again.
Rescuers? Oh, thank God. See? I told you somebody would come to investigate that signal. My name is Dr. Ross, Chief Exogeny Researcher at this facility. We've been trapped in this room for days. We're almost out of food and water. You got here just in time.
I need to know what's going on. Why is this place crawling with Thorian creepers?
How do you know about the Thorian?
I know what Exogeny was up to. I saw what they let the Thorian do to those colonists, so I destroyed it.
Our secret's out then. No point in my lying. You already know the worst. The creepers here were created using altered samples from the specimens on Pharos. We discovered a way to turn them into docile, obedient servants. Everything was going fine until a few days ago. Then all the creepers suddenly went berserk. Only a handful of us made it back into the safety of this room.
I don't know if I would say it serves them right. They were doing their jobs. I mean, yeah, I guess they could always leave, but that's hard. Especially if you're like, it's this or you resign. And you've got a family to feed. That's... I guess I'm kind of using this remaining time to sort of talk about something. It's easy to say, oh, well, everyone should just have a moral backbone. Not everyone's that strong. Some people don't have a moral backbone, and some people do, but they have other considerations to make. Do you really quit your job just because you're doing something deplorable? Do you do it without knowing? Without knowing what your future is? Because this is the kind of stuff that you either quit over because it necessarily violates principle and ethics, and you just deal with whatever comes your way, or, you know, starve for your principles. You have to be willing to die for them. Or if you have people you're relying on, do you table them so you could keep them safe, feed them? It's the type of argument that people don't really say that much. People try to find excuses, but ultimately that's what some of it comes down to. If these people are married, have children, or have someone they're looking after, people are more likely to just put their principles to the side so they can do what they need to keep their families safe, clothed, sheltered, and well fed. Because humans are ultimately still animals at the end of the day. We still value those things. It doesn't matter what kind of sociological construct, no matter what kind of logic or other reasons you use, we still respond to our stimuli. We still have basic needs as a social species that must be satisfied, or we hardly think about anything else. Like, transcendentalism is something that either humans engage in when they have nothing else to worry about, or when they have nothing left to lose. Those are the two times. Every other time, humans are constantly satisfying their basic needs. All human struggle and achievement is based on satisfying either basic needs, or these are things that are transcendental in some way.
Why didn't you send a clear message asking for help? All we had was that signal from the emergency beacon.
This is a closed communications base. ExoGenny was worried about someone on the project selling secrets to a rival firm or reporting our work to the authorities. We have no direct communication with the outside, only the emergency beacon. It sends a general distress signal to the ExoGenny site on Pharos. They're supposed to send a team to respond inside of 24 hours, but it sounds like they had problems of their own.
Any chance some of the other people at the base might still be alive?
I doubt it. Too many creepers out there. They never stood a chance. We're the only ones left.
Any idea why they turned on you?
Maybe there was still some kind of link between the creepers and the Thorian back on Pharos. The Thorian was unlike any other life form we've ever studied. I can't explain how, but maybe when it died, it somehow set off the creepers here.
I've heard all I need to.
Look, I know what we did here was wrong. I'll admit that. But it's over now. There's no sense reporting this to the authorities, right?
People lost their lives. How can you just say that?
You were in charge of this project. The safety of the staff was your responsibility. They trusted you, and you betrayed that trust.
Be reasonable. I didn't mean for this to happen. Besides, how does it help anyone if I end up in jail? Normally ExoGenny would have my back, but it sounds like they're going to have their hands full cleaning up the mess on Pharos. But I've got money. A nice little emergency fund I set up. It's yours if you let us go.
The victims here deserve justice. I have to take you in.
That's not going to happen. Open fire. Open fire!
Really?
Go, go, go!
You should have just accepted imprisonment. Disgusting. It's hard to feel sorry for them. I feel sorry for the people that we had to kill that were caught up in all this. I don't really feel sorry for her. She knew the Thorian had died. She should have just stopped. Oh, we have only 6 light metals and 5 rare earths to go. We had what? We had something. Yes, I know. We keep searching for minerals. That's fine. Notocrux. Okay, yep, the ExoGenny facility. Screen creepers, you made sure the ones responsible paid for their crimes. Yep. Because here's the thing. The scientists were in the lab, but even though the scientists were in the lab, there were people on this colony otherwise that already perished. It's just too bad that she ordered them to fire and die. Like I said, hard to feel sorry for someone like that. And I guess I sort of find it hard to swallow. Like, not hard to swallow, but like hard to sympathize with the people that were under her command, but... Again, she just ordered those men and women to their deaths. We don't really have time to deal with the other mission, but we can at least position ourselves over it. So what did we say? That was in the... It's the Anakin Beta. It's the Armstrong Nebula. That's where we're trying to go.
Message coming in from the brass at Arcturus. Patching it through.
Normandy? Admiral Hackett here. We're getting reports of a marked increase in Geth activity in the Skillian Verge. Surveillance drones have identified Geth outposts on 4 different planets in the Armstrong cluster. We need someone to take them out.
We have any idea what they're after?
Hard to say. They may be just gathering intel on us. Or maybe they're setting up staging grounds for hit-and-run attacks on human colonies.
It could be the first wave of an invasion.
Let's hope not. We need someone to investigate this, Shepard. Finding Saren is still your top priority, but you've got experience fighting the Geth. You're the logical choice to take out these outposts. We're transmitting all the locations of known Geth outposts in the Armstrong cluster to the Normandy now. Admiral Hackett out.
Probably one in each outpost. Oh, but we're still here. We have to pick one. Let's start with Gagarin, and that'll be a good place to call it off. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to yawn. I had to stretch. Alright, I think that'll cover it. Next time, we're gonna, we are going to take on this remaining mission and, the system that we've landed in. And then we have to go to Virmire. That's the only thing left to do. And then after that, after we're done with Virmire, we'll have another round of checking the Citadel for things we need to do. And then we'll go to the second to last place. Like I said, I've got a good idea what's going on. I know what's going to happen, but I'm doing my best not to spoil it. I appreciate people who are also not spoiling that in the chat. I really mean it. I appreciate it a lot. Before we move on, I'm going to shout some people out. And if you make content, you're welcome here. I have no problem shouting you out too. Just let me know if you actually make content for yourself. So I'm going to shout out 2 streamers. They're both pretty popular ones. First one, he's a speedrunner. His name is Oats and Goats. I know him more for his YouTube videos, like edited VODs of the stuff. But if you like semi-lewd toxic chats, then, and you know, obviously banning anyone who goes over terms of service, then, you know, check him out. And then I suppose if you want to see something different, something relaxed, but something that's just completely different to what I'm doing, check out, his name is Patty. I'm sure that's not the real name. He is playing Terraria. I think it is, yeah, it's a mod. So if you want modded games, more modded games, check him out. Super relaxed guy. Real strict rules though in chat sometimes. But you know, if you mind the rules, you'll do fine in there. No problem. I'll see you guys. Oh, I guess if you're only on Twitch, I suppose I'll see you. I won't even see you Sunday. I'll see you Wednesday, unless something happens. And I'm suddenly available to stream Sunday. For those of you on other platforms, if you're part of my Discord, check out the links for that. If you're part of my Discord, I'll see you tomorrow, because I'm doing a makeup stream then. For those of you on YouTube, I will see you the day after, as we'll be playing some Elix 1. Links to all this stuff is, you know, on the About Me page on Twitch. Just take a look at everything. I promise you'll find something valuable, or at the very least you'll have your questions answered. And if you're ever confused and you just want to talk to me, only me, and you're like, I want to know how this works, DM me on Twitter. I have a Twitter page. Just check it out. I'm more than willing to answer questions. usually pretty friendly, if minimal chatter on Twitter, excuse me. Well, I think that about does it for today. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You could call me any of those, really. This has been another Mass Effect episode. Mass Effect 1 of Mass Effect Legendary Edition. You guys are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. Thank you so much to everybody who stopped by. I appreciate all the viewership and the lurkers. I really do. And with that, I will see you guys later. Take care of yourselves, and bye-bye.